Tonight, we're heading deep into the woods, where a few bad decisions turned an ordinary trip into something far worse. These are true scary camping and hiking bad decisions horror stories. My name is Eli Jordan. I've worked as a seasonal park ranger for 8 years, mostly in the northern Rockies. Those high, wind-bitten ridges where the air thins out and the forest starts to feel half alive. My post last autumn was at Bitterroot Range, near a primitive campground that sat 12 miles off the main service road. No electricity, no cabins, just a few hand-built fire rings, a pit toilet, and the kind of silence that hums in your ears after dark. I'd been stationed there for 2 weeks when the cold really began to bite. My assignment was simple: patrol the perimeter trails, check for illegal hunters, maintain the campsites, and keep a log of any wildlife sightings. It's the kind of solitude that eats at some people, but I've always liked the quiet. Or at least I used to. The nights got colder fast. The kind of cold that makes your breath bloom into fog even before sunset. I had a small fire pit near my ranger tent, and I'd been rationing the chopped wood that was dropped off by supply crew 2 weeks prior. But one night, I ran out. It happened after a long, pointless radio exchange with HQ about missing hikers 20 miles north. I'd been up late writing my field notes, the fire dwindling to embers. When I looked into the crate where I kept the logs, it was empty, just bark chips and ash. I thought about leaving it until morning, but the temperature was dropping below freezing. The forest around me was a black ocean of branches, creaking and whispering in the wind. I grabbed my flashlight, a hatchet, and decided to find some dry wood before frost took over. The trail behind my tent wound through aspen and pine, slick with frost. The beam of my light caught on drifting fog, thin, almost milky, like breath that didn't belong to me. Every few steps, I told myself the cold was playing tricks. It's easy to start hearing things when you're alone in the timberline, the brush shifting, something pacing beside you, the sound of your own heartbeat bouncing back. After about 15 minutes, I spotted a faint clearing ahead. The trees gave way to open ground, moonlight silver like silver dust over frost-covered grass. That's when I saw the stacks. They were neatly arranged, bundles tied with twine, stacked against a fallen log. There must have been 20 or 30 of them, each about the size of an armful of kindling. Someone must have left them, I thought. Maybe another ranger or campers cleaning up. It wasn't uncommon for volunteers to gather and stack firewood for communal use. The bundles looked freshly tied, too. The twine glistened faintly, maybe from dew. I knelt to pick one up. The weight was right, light enough for dry wood, dense enough to burn well. I cut the twine loose to check if the wood inside was dry. But before I could, a sound broke through the air. A crunch, then another. Footsteps. I froze. The sound came from just beyond the clearing, past the line of trees where the light didn't reach. Whoever it was, they weren't trying to hide. They stepped slowly, deliberately. A branch snapped, then silence. "Hey!" I called out. "Who's there?" No answer. Just the faint hiss of wind through the grass. I swung my flashlight toward the sound. The beam caught nothing, just trunks, pale and bare as bones. After a few seconds, I turned it back toward the bundles, grabbed one, and backed away. Whatever was out there could have the rest. When I got back to camp, the fire pit was nearly cold. My hands were shaking, not from fear, I told myself, but from the cold. I untied the bundle, expecting dry wood, ready to feel the relief of fire again. But when the twine came loose, something pale tumbled out onto the dirt. Not sticks. Bones. Small ones. Thin as twigs, still flecked with something dark. At first I thought maybe they were animal remains. A deer, maybe a raccoon. But then I saw the shape of one piece, in particular a tiny hand, no bigger than a bird's, curled and stiff. The kind of bone structure only humans have. I dropped the whole bundle and stumbled backward. The firelight hit the rest of them scattered on the ground. Small ribs, finger bones, fragments of a skull. They'd been wrapped in twine, the way you'd tie a bundle of sticks. I wanted to believe I'd picked up an old archaeological sample or some medical remains left behind by researchers. But that clearing had been too deliberate, too careful. And there had been footsteps. I stayed awake the rest of that night, sitting beside the cold pit, hatchet in my lap. Every so often, I thought I heard something, moving just beyond the ring of my flashlight beam. Not footsteps now, something slower, like dragging. By morning, the bones were gone. The ground where I dropped them was bare. The frost melted into dark patches of soil. I found the twine, though, damp and limp, coiled neatly in a circle beside my tent. I radioed HQ at sunrise. Possible illegal remains found near camp, I said. Clearing west of trail marker 19. Request forensic support. They told me they'd send a team from the local sheriff's office. But the roads were iced over. It would be at least 4 hours before anyone could reach me. 4 hours alone with that knowledge. I spent the day scouring the nearby woods, looking for the clearing again. But no matter how far I hiked in that direction, I couldn't find it. The forest looked the same in every direction. Twisting trees, patches of frozen grass, faint fog curling along the roots. By dusk, I'd come full circle, ending up back at camp, exhausted and uneasy. Then I saw the new bundle. It sat beside my tent flap, same size, same twine, tied neatly like the one I'd brought back the night before. Only this one wasn't frosted over. It was fresh. The twine looked damp, as if someone had tied it moments ago. I didn't touch it. I stood there for what felt like an hour, the cold wind pressing against my jacket, waiting for something, someone, to step out from the trees. Nothing did. That night, I built no fire. I stayed inside my tent, flashlight in hand. The bundle sitting just outside. Every gust of wind made the fabric ripple. Every small sound felt aimed at me. Around midnight, I heard it again. The dragging. Not footsteps this time, but something being pulled slowly through the dirt, stopping every few seconds. I turned off my light and listened. It came closer, pausing near the tent entrance. Then silence. I held my breath. Then something pressed lightly against the canvas. An outline, 5 small points like a handprint dragging down. Slowly. I stayed frozen until dawn. When light finally seeped through the thin fabric, I unzipped the tent. The ground outside was undisturbed. No prints, no marks, but the bundle was gone again. In its place was something else. A single bone. Small, white, perfectly clean. Placed dead center on my boot print from the night before. By the time HQ called to say the sheriff's team was en route, I had already packed my things. The woods felt wrong, too still, like everything inside it was waiting for me to make a move. When the officers arrived hours later, they found nothing. No bundles, no bones, no clearing. They joked that maybe I'd found an animal den and spooked myself. But I knew what I'd seen, and worse, I knew what I'd heard. The dragging hadn't stopped in the woods. It followed me. Even after I left the Bitterroot post, I'd wake up at night to that same faint sound. Slow, deliberate, like something trying to pull itself closer. And sometimes, when I turn on my porch light, I see shapes by the woodline near my home. Not animals, not people either, just small, still figures standing among the trees waiting. When I close the door, I swear I can hear the twine tightening. I didn't last another full week at Bitterroot. The sheriff's deputies filed their report. No evidence found. No indication of human remains. Ranger error due to fatigue. And I was quietly rotated off assignment before the season ended. They called it a routine transfer, but I knew better. When you report bones in the woods and can't prove they existed, you stop being an asset and start being a liability. The forest doesn't take kindly to being called haunted, and neither does the Park Service. I didn't fight it. I went back to the small cabin I rent in Darby, near the river. I kept telling myself it was over, that I'd seen something half buried, misread it in the dark, and panicked. I even started a small fire one night in the wood stove. Real firewood this time, from the gas station bundle, and tried to convince myself that everything normal still worked. Light, warmth, the familiar crackle of kindling, but the sound of twine unraveling stayed with me. It would come back when the fire went low. A faint pulling, as if something were tightening knots in the walls. A week later, a package arrived at my door. No return address. Just my name scrawled across the paper in shaky black ink. Inside was a small bundle wrapped in brown paper and tied with the same coarse twine. I froze. It wasn't heavy. Whatever was inside rattled faintly when I tilted it. I didn't open it right away. Instead, I called dispatch at headquarters. I told them someone had sent me an unmarked package, possibly connected to the Bitterroot case. They promised to send someone. No one came. The package sat in the middle of my table, the air in the cabin cold and dry. I kept glancing at it, waiting for it to move, to prove it was just an object. When the clock hit midnight, I couldn't take the silence anymore. I cut the twine. Inside were 3 bones. Small ones, delicate, bleached clean, the way you'd find them in an old cemetery. But each had tiny carvings etched into the surface. Letters, numbers. I held one up to the lamplight. The mark spelled M19, trail marker 19. The same one I'd reported when I first called in the clearing. I set the bone down carefully, as if it might break. The other 2 were carved too, but the etchings weren't clear. One was just a spiral, the other a single line that bent, like a crooked finger. I didn't sleep that night. I burned all 3 bones in the stove, or tried to. They didn't crack or smoke like normal. They blackened but stayed whole, as if the heat refused them. By dawn, I'd decided to go back. Not officially, not as a ranger. Just as someone who needed to see for himself. The drive back to the Bitterroot gate took 4 hours. I parked by the locked service road, hiked the 12 miles in with only a pack, water, and a small shovel. I told myself I'd find the clearing again, prove there was nothing there, and finally let it rest. The forest was quiet that day. The kind of silence that feels too complete. No wind, no birds. Even the crunch of my boots seemed swallowed. The trail markers were half frozen over with frost. But when I reached 19, I felt something shift in the air. A pressure behind my ears, like stepping underwater. The path west of the marker looked different. New growth, fallen branches, but I recognized a ridge in the distance, the faint dip where the clearing should have been. I followed it. The fog came in halfway through, curling around the trunks like steam. I pushed through it until the world turned colorless. When it finally thinned, I was standing in an open patch of earth. And there they were, the bundles. Dozens of them now. They were stacked in neat pyramids, each tied with twine, some larger than before. The ground beneath them was dark, freshly turned, like someone had been digging. My breath caught. The air smelled wrong, sweet, like old rot under frost. I scanned the clearing, no footprints but my own. No tools, no sign of animals. I knelt down, heart hammering, and loosened one of the knots. The twine slid free easily, almost eager. Bones spilled out, hundreds of them, pale and dry, some tiny, some thick. But what froze me wasn't what they were made of. It was what they were doing. The bones were arranged, not random, not tossed. They were bound together in small shapes, almost like effigies. Limbs made from ribs, heads from small vertebrae, twine looping through the sockets like muscle. Each figure had something carved into it. Symbols, spirals, letters, and one of them had a name carved into the spine. Ejatum, my own. I stumbled backward, almost tripping over another pile. The air felt thinner, colder, and then I heard it again, dragging, just beyond the tree line. Slow, heavy. I turned, flashlight shaking. There was movement in the fog. Low to the ground, crawling. I caught the faint outline of something pale dragging itself forward. Elbows, knees, shoulders shifting under skin. But its head was wrong. Too small, like it didn't fit the body. I ran. I don't remember how far or how long. I just remember the trees twisting into streaks, the sound of my heartbeat louder than the wind. When I reached the trail, my legs gave out. I dropped to the dirt, gasping. The fog stayed behind, thick as a wall. Whatever was in it didn't cross. I made it back to the ranger station by nightfall. The power was out. My radio was dead. I locked the door, sat by the window with my light off, and waited for sunrise. When it came, I stepped outside. The fog was gone. The trail was clear. For a brief moment, I thought maybe it had all been another hallucination. Then I saw the twine. It was wrapped around my boots. Both of them. Tied tight in neat little knots I hadn't made. I tore it off, kicked the dirt, looked around. Nothing. No tracks. No prints. Just the faintest impression in the mud that looked like a handprint, small and deep. I left the park that morning without checking out. I drove until my gas light came on, slept in my truck off the highway, and didn't tell anyone what I'd found. But something didn't leave with me. 2 nights later, I woke to the smell of smoke. Not thick, just faint like the first curl from a campfire. My wood stove was cold, untouched. The smell came from outside. I went to the window. The tree line behind my cabin was glowing, small orange points flickering, like tiny fires burning low. I stepped out with my flashlight, and when I got closer, I realized it wasn't flame. It was reflection, bones. Dozens of them hanging from the branches by twine, swaying in the night breeze. They caught the light from my porch and shimmered faintly, like wind chimes that had learned how to breathe. I didn't scream. I didn't move. Then, one by one, they began to turn toward me, each dangling piece rotating on the twine, aligning in my direction, their small hollow sockets aimed straight at the cabin. That's when I heard the dragging again. Not from the woods this time. From beneath the floorboards. The boards creaked under my feet as I backed away, my pulse pounding in my ears. I dropped to my knees and listened. The sound was unmistakable. Something moving under there, scraping against the dirt, pulling something with it. And then I heard the faintest whisper. Not a word, not exactly, more like breath against the wood. But I swear it shaped my name. Alil. I ran to my truck, barefoot, still half asleep. I drove through the night, no headlights for half the road. I didn't look back. When I finally stopped at a motel outside Missoula, I checked under the bed first, then the floor. I slept with the lights on, half-dressed, waiting for the sound. It didn't come that night. But the next morning, when I opened my truck to grab my bag, I saw it on the driver's seat. A single bone. Smoin. Wrapped neatly in twine. I didn't take the bone inside. I stood there in the motel parking lot. Morning light bleeding through the fog, holding it like a live thing. It wasn't the same one I'd burned. It was smoother, newer. The twine around it had been tied into an intricate knot, the kind that loops over itself like an infinity symbol. Someone had made it with care. The cleaning lady passed by with her cart, gave me a nervous glance, and kept walking. I set the bone down on the asphalt and watched the sunlight crawl across it. No shadow. Not really. The bone seemed to drink the light instead of cast it. I told myself it was a prank. Someone from the ranger station, maybe one of the deputies. But deep down I knew no one could have followed me here. Not that far, not that quietly. I left it there and drove south. For 2 days, I kept moving. Cheap motels, gas station food, eyes on every rearview mirror. By the third night, exhaustion hit me like a brick. I stopped outside Salmon, Idaho. Quiet place, low clouds, an old RV park where the lights flickered. But at least someone else was nearby. That night, I dreamed about the clearing again. The piles. The twine unspooling endlessly from the trees, wrapping around my wrists until my fingers fused together. When I woke, I could still feel the pressure on my skin. I went to wash my face. The water from the tap ran cold and metallic, and when I looked up into the mirror, something hung just behind my reflection. Something white. On the towel rack, a bone. Tied with twine, a new one. Smaller than the last. I didn't scream this time. I just stepped back and stared until my pulse slowed enough to think. I reached for it, hesitated, then grabbed the scissors from my pack and snipped the twine clean. Underneath, carved faintly along the length, was another marking. Return. I packed before dawn. By then, I'd stopped pretending I could escape it. Whatever it was, it didn't live in the forest anymore. It traveled light. I drove through the mountains back toward Bitterroot. I don't remember most of the road. Just patches of fog, a hawk circling low, the static of the radio breaking into whispers every few miles. When the ranger station came into view, boarded up for winter, I pulled over and cut the engine. Silence pressed in immediately. I grabbed my flashlight, my shovel, and a small canister of kerosene I'd picked up along the way. The plan was simple: find the clearing again. Destroy whatever was left and end it. The forest looked wrong the moment I stepped in. The air was dense and gray, like it had forgotten how to move. Each breath hung too long. The trail markers were gone now. Just strip posts jutting from the ground like rotten teeth. I walked west, counting my steps the way I had before. After what felt like an hour, the ground sloped downward, and I saw it again. The clearing. Only it wasn't empty this time. The bundles were gone, replaced by pits. Dozens of them, circular and neat. Some filled in, some still open. And in the center, where I remembered the first pile being, stood a crude totem of bones, bound together with endless twine. It was taller than me now, and hanging from it at eye level were 3 skulls. 2 small, 1 larger. The wind stirred the twine, making the skulls creak softly against each other. I forced myself forward, kerosene in hand. "This ends now," I said out loud, though my voice felt like it belonged to someone else. I doused the base, the smell of fuel cutting through the cold air. When I struck the match, the flare of orange almost made me cry with relief. For a second, the fire took, the twine catching, flames crawling up the structure. Then the smoke shifted. It wasn't black or gray, it was white, too white, like bone dust. It poured out from the cracks, spinning upward into shapes. Thin arms, curved spines, faces pressed in profile against the rising haze. I stepped back, tripping over a pit. The shovel clattered beside me. And then the whispering began again. It came from beneath the ground this time. Dozens of voices murmuring in a rhythm, not words at first, just breath and movement. But then they began to form something. Stay. The fire faltered. I swung the shovel, knocking one of the burning limbs off the totem. It hit the dirt and went dark. The smoke folded inward, like it was breathing. That's when I realized the pits weren't empty. Inside them, half covered in soil, were bones. Hundreds tangled together like roots. And the twine wasn't just binding. It was growing out of them, thin cords pulsing faintly like veins. I dropped the shovel and ran. The forest didn't sound like forest anymore. Every branch crack sounded like a snap of bone. Every breath of wind carried the faint, dry sound of twine tightening. The fog closed in behind me as if it had been waiting. I didn't stop until I reached the tree line, near the old access road. My lungs burned, legs numb. When I looked back, the clearing was gone. Just trees, just silence. That night I slept in my truck with the keys in my hand. I dreamed of firewood. I dreamed of untying knots that wouldn't end. In the morning, I drove to Masulo again and turned in my resignation. The woman at the front desk didn't even look surprised. "You're not the first," she said softly, signing the form. That was 3 months ago. I thought it had ended. I threw away the last of the ranger gear, burned my field journals, sold the cabin, moved into a small apartment downtown. But the quiet still follows me. Last week, I found twine in my mailbox. Just a small coil, clean and new. No note. I didn't touch it. I set it on the counter and went for a walk, trying to convince myself to call someone, anyone. But by the time I came back, it was gone. The next day, I woke to a smell I knew too well. Kerosene. I followed it to the kitchen. My stove was cold, but on the counter lay a small stack of something wrapped in brown paper. The same paper. The same knots. I sat across from it all morning, staring, waiting for courage. When I finally untied the twine, my hands were steady. Inside were 3 things: a strip of scorched cloth that looked like my old ranger jacket, a single burned vertebra, and a scrap of paper. The handwriting was crooked, faded, letters pressed deep into the paper as though carved instead of written. It burns, but it doesn't end. I don't know what that means. I don't think I want to. That night, I walked down to the river. The water was half frozen, silent but moving. I threw the bone in and watched it sink. Only it didn't. It drifted for a moment, then bobbed to the surface and floated away, turning slowly with the current. When I turned to leave, there were footprints in the frost beside mine. Small ones. Bare. I went back home and bolted the door. Around midnight, I woke up to the faintest sound, like someone pulling a string across wood. I looked toward the window. The twine was there again. It was stretched across the glass in a tight lattice, tied in crisscrossing knots. The shape looked almost like a web, except the center wasn't empty. Something small was hanging there. A jawbone. Clean, perfectly white. My phone buzzed on the table. Unknown number. I answered because I had to. The line hissed for a moment. Then, through the static, a voice whispered, "Firewood's low." Click. I sat there until sunrise, staring at the empty window frame. The twine was gone again, but the faint smell of smoke stayed. This morning I found a note slipped under the door. Just one sentence. "You took what was meant to keep us warm." I don't know who is. I don't think it matters anymore. I've started keeping the lights off, trying to make the apartment cold, unwelcoming. I don't touch the stove, don't burn anything, don't even light candles. Still, every night, I hear it. The dragging, the tightening, the small, rhythmic creak of something being bundled in the dark. Sometimes I smell the forest again. The frost, the faint sweetness of decay. And sometimes, when the air goes still, I hear the twine pull one last time, just before the whisper starts again. So close it's almost breath on my ear. Stay. My name is Daria Mendez. I'm a seasonal park ranger stationed in northern Ontario, near the La Cloche Mountains. Most people come here for the lakes, smooth as mirrors, wrapped in birch and poplar. But I stay because of the quiet. The kind of quiet that feels earned. The kind that presses close to your skin until you start to hear your own thoughts with unnerving clarity. My partner, Eli, and I were assigned to patrol an isolated area east of Willis Lake for a few weeks that spring. It wasn't open to the public yet. The trails were still flooded, and the winter storms had brought down several trees across the old service roads. Our job was simple. Document the damage, check the backcountry campsites, and make sure no one had wandered into the area early. We set up camp near a birch grove by the lake's edge, one of those places that looked like it belonged on a postcard. The trees were slender and bright, their trunks peeling in silver curls, and every breeze made them whisper softly against each other. That first night, it felt almost holy out there. We had the fire low, coffee steaming, and the frogs starting up across the marsh. Eli strummed his guitar, off-key but content. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound that sliced through the quiet like a wire tightening. A cry. High-pitched, drawn out, almost human, almost not. My first thought was a fox. They scream like that sometimes, a keening, eerie sound that'll curdle your blood if you're not expecting it. But the second time it came, I heard a rhythm. Not a scream. Sobbing. I sat up in the tent, heart hammering. Eli stirred beside me, rubbing at his eyes. "It's a fox, Daria. Go back to sleep," he mumbled. But I couldn't. The cry came again, closer this time. It wasn't wild. It was desperate, like a woman crying into her hands. I unzipped the tent quietly and stepped out into the cool night air. The moon was full enough to paint the birches white as bone. The grove swayed lightly, the trunks shifting shadows across the clearing. And then I saw her. At first, I thought she was a camper. A woman standing at the edge of the trees, hair clinging wetly to her shoulders, her dress dark with moisture. She was bent over, her hands covering her face, her whole body shaking as if the crying tore through her. I called out before I could think. "Hey, are you all right?" She froze. The sound stopped instantly, as if someone had hit mute on the world. For a moment, all I could hear was the wind moving through the branches, the soft rattle of bark. Then she lifted her head. The moonlight caught her face. There was no mouth. Just smooth skin, pale and stretched, like porcelain unbroken. Her eyes were wide and wet, and somehow I knew she was still trying to cry, but no sound came out. Only the faintest hitching breath. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a root. My flashlight slipped from my hand, the beam jerking across her body. When it landed back on the spot where she'd stood, she was gone. The woods were silent again. I stayed frozen for a few seconds, the way you do when your body hasn't caught up to your mind. Then I grabbed the flashlight and ran back to the tent. Eli sat up as I burst inside, eyes half focused. "There's someone out there," I said. "A woman." She was crying, and then he blinked, waiting. She didn't have a mouth. Eli sighed, the sound of disbelief wrapped in sleep. "You're exhausted, Dar. You probably heard a fox." Your brain filled in the rest. But I knew what I'd seen. I lay awake for the rest of the night, listening to the trees sway and creak, every sound scraping my nerves raw. The next morning, everything looked painfully normal. Sunlight cutting through leaves, the lake glinting blue. I half convinced myself it had been a dream, until I noticed something strange, damp footprints on the pine needles, just beyond our fire ring, bare feet, small, leading toward the grove. I didn't tell Eli, not yet. We spent the day hiking the service road toward the western lookout, marking down blowdowns and washouts. It was an uneventful, beautiful day, but I couldn't shake the image of that woman's face. Every time I blinked, I saw her eyes again. That silent panic, like she was still begging for help she couldn't voice. When we got back that evening, I walked alone to the grove. The air was still, heavy with the smell of damp bark. Sunlight slanted low through the birch trunks, making them look almost translucent. I found the prints again, faint but there, and followed them a few steps in. The grove narrowed into a hollow, where the moss grew thick and bright. In the center was something I hadn't noticed before, a small, stagnant pool surrounded by stones, half covered with algae. The water was dark, almost black, and perfectly still despite the wind. A feeling hit me then, not fear exactly, but pressure, like the air had grown dense around my ribs. I crouched near the edge and noticed something pale beneath the water. A flash of white, like fabric. I leaned closer, the light catching faintly. "Daria!" Eli's voice snapped me out of it. I jerked back, heart racing. He stood at the edge of the grove, hands on his hips. "You shouldn't wander off. You know these marshes aren't stable yet." I nodded, brushing moss from my knees. "I thought I saw something." He looked at me for a long second. "You mean her?" I froze. "What?" "I saw you last night, talking outside the tent. You weren't alone." His tone wasn't accusing, more unsettled. But when I looked, there was no one there. We didn't talk much after that. We built a small fire and sat in silence. The wind shifted, and I swore I could hear faint crying again, so soft it might have been my imagination. That night, the forest didn't sleep. The branches tapped the tent like fingers. The lake lapped too evenly against the shore. Around 3 in the morning, I woke again. Not to the cry this time, but to a whisper. It came from just outside the tent. Low, choked, like someone forcing air through their throat. I turned to Illy, but he was still. his breathing steady. I reached for my flashlight and unzipped the flap an inch. The grove shimmered in moonlight. Mist curled low to the ground. And there, between the trunks, stood the woman again. This time closer. Her hands hung limp at her sides, dripping something dark onto the leaves. Her head tilted, and the whisper came again. "Help me." The sound didn't match her face. Her skin stayed smooth where a mouth should have been. The voice came from everywhere at once, vibrating the air like a breathless echo. I scrambled backward. Eli woke with a start. "What is it now?" "Look," I hissed, pointing. But when he turned, she was gone again. He rubbed his face. "You're seeing things, Dar." I wanted to believe him. But then, just before dawn, something else happened. Eli went to refill the canteen by the lake. He was gone maybe 5 minutes. When he came back, he looked pale, shaken. "There's a reflection in the water," he said quietly. I frowned. "Ours." He shook his head. "No. Just hers." I followed him down to the lakeshore. The water was still, smooth as glass. We stood side by side, our reflections rippling faintly. And then, between us, another face surfaced. The woman, clear as day. Her eyes glistened, but her face was blank, mouthless. She was staring straight at us from the water's mirror, her hands reaching up as though pressing against a barrier just below the surface. Eli swore under his breath. The reflection didn't move when we did. It stayed fixed, like it belonged to the lake itself. Then a sound rose from beneath. Not the voice this time, but bubbling, soft and wet. The surface quivered, and the reflection began to fade, dissolving into black ripples. We backed away. Neither of us said a word for a long time. That was the morning we decided to leave the grove early. We broke camp in silence, moving quickly. But when I turned for one last look, I saw something that made my blood go cold. The birch bark, on nearly every trunk surrounding the site, had peeled in strange, deliberate shapes. Circles, long slits, lines curved inward. Together, they formed the outline of a screaming mouth. And they were all facing the lake. When we reached the truck, I looked down at my hands. My palms were damp with something slick, faintly red. At first, I thought it was from the tent stakes, but the smell told me otherwise. Eli didn't ask, he just drove. Still as the birch grove vanished behind the hills, I thought I heard that soft, broken sound again. Not from the woods this time, but faintly under the hum of the tires. A wet sob, pressed between the static of the radio, echoing a single word I'll never forget. Stay. We reached the ranger station by noon the next day. The truck smelled of wet canvas and nerves. Neither of us spoke during the drive. Not about her, not about what we'd seen in the lake, and not about the way the trees had stared us down with their flayed mouths. When we unloaded our gear, Eli went to file the daily log like nothing had happened. I stood outside the cabin, pretending to stretch, but really I just needed the air. My palms still felt tacky, as if whatever had stained them had sunk under the skin. The station sat on the edge of a ridge overlooking the water, a few kilometers from where we'd camped. From here, the birch grove was a white blur against the green. I could still pick it out by memory. That perfect ring of trees like a mouth around the lake. I wanted to believe it was just pareidolia, the mind finding patterns. But the pattern had looked back. After lunch, I convinced myself to make an official report. That's what rangers do. We document, no matter how strange the incident. I left out the impossible parts, writing it as unidentified auditory distress calls, and possible submerged hazard. I didn't mention the reflection. I didn't mention the woman. Eli watched me type. "You're really putting that in the record." "She might have been real," I said. "Someone could have drowned there." He leaned against the doorway. "Daria," I checked the water depth. "It's barely waist-high near shore. And if someone died out there." "Would we?" I asked quietly. That night, we stayed at the station's main quarters. It was safer, or at least it should have been. But safety feels fragile when something has already followed you once. I woke around 2 in the morning to a creak. The old timber building sighed constantly, but this was different. Rhythmic, deliberate. Like wet feet on the porch outside, I lay still listening. One step, then another, a pause, then a soft thud against the door. Eli stirred in the bunk across from me. "You hear that?" he whispered. Before I could answer, the doorknob trembled. A faint click of metal against metal. My body went rigid. We didn't move for a full minute. Then silence. Total. I started to think I'd imagined it until I caught the faintest sound. That muffled, breathy sob. Right outside. Eli reached for the flashlight on the table. I shook my head. He ignored me, clicked it on, and aimed it toward the small window by the door. The beam caught condensation on the glass, and then a smear, long and wet, dragged downward from the top to the bottom, as though traced by a finger. No face, no figure. Just the sound again, a single choked breath, cut off mid-cry. Eli jumped up, grabbed a handle, and yanked the door open. Cold air rushed in. Only fog curling along the porch rail. Probably an animal. He muttered, though his voice cracked halfway through. He shut the door hard and bolted it. I didn't sleep after that. The crying didn't return, but the silence afterward was worse. Thick, heavy, as if something unseen had settled just outside the window, waiting. At dawn, Eli insisted we check the porch. I followed reluctantly. The boards were slick with dew. Near the door, faint prints marked the wood, bare, small, and wet. The same size as before. He crouched to examine them, then froze. "There's no dirt," he said. "No residue. It's just water." I stared at the marks, feeling the back of my neck tighten. The prints trailed to the edge of the porch, and stopped abruptly. No continuation into the soil below, as though whoever made them had simply vanished. We spent the morning in radio silence. Literally. The comms went down sometime around 9. Static hissing through every frequency. The nearest working line was at the substation 12 miles south. Eli wanted to drive there immediately, but the road was still half flooded. I told him we could wait. By afternoon, the air turned heavy again. The kind of pressure that makes your ears ring. I felt it first. That low hum behind the ribs, the same as before at the Grove. Eli noticed too. He looked up from the map he was studying and said, "Do you hear that?" Before I could answer, the lights flickered. The hum deepened, rolling through the floorboards like distant thunder. We both stood up, and that's when the sob came again. Faint, muffled, but inside this time. Not outside. It was coming from the back storage room. Eli moved first, grabbing the flashlight again. "Stay here," he said. "Not a chance," I whispered. We pushed open the door together. The room was small. Shelves of supplies, ropes, fuel cans, the smell of damp plywood. At first, nothing. Then, in the far corner, a dark patch spread along the floor. Water. Trickling in from nowhere. The sobbing grew louder. I knelt and touched the puddle. It was cold, icy, and smelled faintly metallic. When I drew my hand back, there were flecks of white clinging to my fingers, thin shavings like peeled bark. The flashlight flickered. Ely cursed softly. In that brief strobe, I saw something reflected in the water. A face again, smooth, featureless, rippling under the surface as if it were trapped beneath glass. Then the light went out. The sound exploded. A full, guttural cry, raw and human, right beside us. I reached for Ely but felt only air. The door slammed behind me. The crying rose into a wail that rattled the shelves. I covered my ears, but it still pierced through, vibrating in my skull. And then it stopped. When the light came back on, Ely stood in the doorway. Pale, he said. He'd been outside the room the whole time, that the door hadn't moved. But I swear I'd felt it close. He saw the puddle too, but now it was gone. The floorboards were dry. Only the faint white residue of birch bark remained in a rough circle, like the edge of a pool that had evaporated. We decided to leave that day. The south road might have been rough, but I didn't care anymore. I packed faster than I ever had in my life. Before we left, I went to wash my hands. That's when I noticed something new. The skin at the base of my palms, where the dampness had soaked in days earlier, had started to peel. Thin strips of white curling like bark. I didn't tell Ely. We drove south until dusk. The forest grew thicker, darker. The road dipped near the same lake basin that fed the birch grove. When we reached the bridge over the outflow stream, Ely slowed. Something was blocking the path ahead. At first, it looked like branches. Then I saw what they really were. Birch limbs, dozens of them, stripped and pale, woven together into a kind of arch across the road. He stopped the truck. Neither of us spoke. The shape wasn't natural. It looked built, intentionally. The bark was carved with tiny circular markings, repeated over and over. I leaned closer, squinting. They weren't just circles. They were mouths. Open, screaming, gouged into the wood. The hum started again, low, beneath the tires. The archway seemed to vibrate. Back up, I said. Ely threw the truck in reverse, but the engine sputtered. The lights dimmed. Every needle on the dashboard dropped to zero. I could hear the battery dying. The same wet, choking sound as the sob we'd heard in the night. The arch shifted. The branches creaked, peeling apart. A wind moved through, cold enough to sting. And in that hollow frame, through the blur of fog, I saw her again. She stood in the middle of the road, drenched, her head bowed. Her arms hung loose, fingers twitching like she was still trying to cover her face. When she looked up, her skin was split where a mouth should have been. Not smooth anymore. Torn open, edges raw, bleeding slowly. And now she could scream. The sound hit like pressure, not volume. A physical force that shook the windshield. The glass spiderwebbed instantly. Ely slammed his palms against the steering wheel, yelling for the truck to move. It didn't. I threw open my door and stumbled out. The wind died as fast as it had come. The grove beyond her flickered like heat waves, the birch trunks bending in impossible directions. Please, I shouted, not even sure to whom. She turned her head toward me, eyes wide with something that wasn't anger. It was pain. And behind her, in the shimmering air, other figures began to take shape. Pale, mouthless, all facing us. Then, as suddenly as it started, everything went still. The engine roared back to life. The figures vanished. Only the empty road remained. The archway now collapsed into scattered limbs. Ely floored it. We didn't stop until we reached the substation, lights buzzing harsh overhead. We reported what we could. A structural hazard on the forest road, possible vandalism. No mention of the woman, or the screams, or the way my palms had started to crack. When I finally showered, the water stung like acid. I looked down and saw thin white flakes circling the drain. Bark or skin. I wasn't sure anymore. That night, as I tried to sleep, I heard a new sound, not crying this time. A whisper, soft and close, just beside my ear. You looked back. I left the Ranger Service 2 weeks later. No explanation in my resignation letter, just personal reasons. Eli stayed, he said. He couldn't run from something he didn't understand. I envied him for thinking understanding might help. In the beginning, I tried to convince myself that leaving would be enough. That the woman, or whatever she was bound to that grove. But distance isn't a cure when something has already learned your name. The first few nights back in Sudbury, I barely slept. The city noise should have been comforting. Sirens' laughter from the street, the hum of electric light. But sometimes, woven between it all, I'd hear that faint sobbing, always soft, always just beyond the walls. I told myself it was memory, a trauma echo, like they say. My hands had mostly healed by then, though the skin around my knuckles stayed pale and smooth, like it had been replaced with something new. I wore gloves to stop staring at it. Then Eli called. It was a Thursday night late. I almost didn't pick up. When I did, there was a long silence on the line before his voice came through. "Daria," he said, barely above a whisper. "It's back." My stomach dropped. "What do you mean, it's back?" "The crying. The water. It started near the eastern ridge. I thought it was a coyote, but..." He broke off, breathing fast. "You need to come up here." "Absolutely not," I said. "You need to get out." He laughed, a hollow, shaky sound. "You think it lets you leave?" Then the line went dead. I called the ranger office the next morning. No one answered. When I finally reached the district supervisor, he said Eli had gone missing sometime after midnight. His truck was found near the same grove we'd camped at. The door was open, engine running. No sign of him. I should have let it end there. I should have let them handle it. But curiosity, or guilt, has teeth, and it doesn't let go easily. By sunset, I was driving north. The forest road had grown rougher since spring. Branches clawed at the sides of the car. When I passed the turnoff for Willis Lake, my hands started shaking so badly I had to pull over. The trees there were still, unnaturally still. Not a single leaf stirred. The birch grove came into view as the last light faded. The trees gleamed faintly in the dusk, silver and bone pale. The lake beyond reflected nothing, just black glass swallowing what little sky remained. I parked by the service path, leaving the headlights on. The beams sliced between the trunks, catching mist that curled and uncurled in patterns that almost looked like breath. I called Ellie's name. The sound vanished into the dark. Something shifted at the edge of the light. I swung the beam toward it, only to see movement ripple through the birches, as if a wind passed through them, though the air around me stayed still. Then came the sound, the crying. Not far, not memory, real. I stepped closer, boots sinking into the soft earth. The sobbing deepened, wet and human. I followed it into the grove, flashlight trembling. The mist thickened until it looked almost tangible, a wall of white. And then I saw her again. She stood in the same place as before, head bowed, shoulders shaking. But she wasn't alone this time. Behind her were others. Dozens, men, women, shapes without faces. All of them still as trees. My breath fogged the air. The light flickered. I took one step closer, and the ground gave a soft, hollow sound under my boot. I looked down. The soil was covered in a thin film of water. Beneath it, I saw reflections, not of the trees above, but of faces. Eyes open, mouths sealed smooth. I stumbled back. The woman lifted her head. The flesh where her mouth had been was stretched open now, not torn, not raw, simply parted, as though the skin itself had decided to make room for the sound. Her lips, or what remained of them, shaped words without air. Help me. The voice didn't come from her, but from everywhere. From the water, from the trees, from the space behind my teeth. Ile, I called out. My voice broke halfway through. I see here. The figures behind her stirred. One of them, taller, broader, stepped forward. His clothes were soaked. His face was pale and smooth, but when he lifted his hands, I saw the scar on his wrist. Eli's scar. He reached toward me. Water streamed from his fingers. No, I whispered. You're not. The ground beneath me cracked, sinking slightly, and suddenly I understood the pattern around the grove. The way the birches formed a perfect ring wasn't by accident. They were markers, a boundary, and beneath them, beneath the moss and water, something vast and open waited. A voice slid through my mind, smooth and cold, join us. I ran. I don't remember making the decision, my body just moved. Branches tore at my jacket. The mist chased me, alive, whispering. I hit the service road gasping for air. The car lights still glowed weakly through the fog. I reached for the handle and froze. The driver's seat was wet. The keys were gone. On the inside of the windshield, written in streaks of condensation, were two words, sta, B-E-L-O, no. That's when I heard the water again. Trickling, steady. It was coming from the forest behind me. The ground around my boots darkened, soaking upward. I climbed onto the hood, breath hitching. The headlights flickered once, twice, then went out. Darkness swallowed the grove. Something moved in it. Many somethings. The crying started again, but this time it was layered. Dozens of voices, different pitches, all blending into one long, rising wail. I shut my eyes. The sound built until it was pressure, until I could feel it in my bones. And then, silence. When I opened my eyes again, it was dawn. The grove looked normal. The car was dry. My hands were bleeding from where I'd gripped the metal. I climbed off the hood and stood for a long time, waiting for something else to move. Nothing did. I walked back toward the birches. The mist was gone. Only the wind moved through them, gentle and soft. For a moment, I could almost pretend it had all been a nightmare. Then I noticed the water line. On every trunk around the lake, there was a faint dark ring about 4 feet up, as though the entire grove had been underwater once. When I crouched near the shore, the reflection that looked back wasn't mine. It was hers. Same eyes, same pale skin, but her mouth was closed again, perfectly smooth. I left then. I don't remember the drive. I must have reached the main highway because I woke to the sound of trucks and daylight. I checked my phone. The screen was shattered, but one message still glowed faintly across it. Unread, timestamped at 20:17 a.m. It was from Eli. Just one word. Below, they never found him, or his body. The official report listed it as presumed accidental submersion. The birch grove was later closed to public access after multiple hikers reported hearing distressed vocalizations. I moved south, took a desk job, stopped talking about it. For months, everything seemed fine. I even started to believe in ordinary life again. Morning traffic, coffee, paperwork, meaningless weather talk. But last week, it started raining hard. The kind of cold, endless rain that slicks everything silver. I was closing my apartment windows when I heard it again. A faint sob, coming from the drain. I turned off the tap. The sound didn't stop. When I leaned closer, the water rippled once, and a reflection looked back. Not mine this time. A pale face, mouth closed, eyes pleading. And behind it, faintly another, Eli's. Every time I wash my hands, I see the same shimmer on my skin. The white creeping further up my wrists, peeling like birch bark. I can't sleep much anymore. Sometimes, when I doze off, I hear her whisper the same word she did that first night. Only now it's not a plea. It's a command. Stay. And somewhere deep in the pipes, something knocks back. My name is Zoe Tran, and I serve as a park ranger in Banff National Park, Alberta. I've worked here for 8 years, through floods, blizzards, and one lightning strike that nearly took out my ranger station. I've seen the forest at its most brutal and most breathtaking, and I thought nothing in it could truly surprise me anymore. I was wrong. What happened near the Vermilion Ridge? Trail changed the way I hear the wind, and it's the reason I haven't gone back into that section of the forest since last winter. It began with the sound. Locals had told stories about the screaming tree for decades. Something about a spruce that moaned when the wind passed through its branches a certain way. The sound carried down the valley, raw and strange, like a cry that shifted between animal and human. Most people said it was just a natural resonance, air whistling through a hollow trunk. Others swore they'd seen faces in its bark. I'd never paid it much attention. Every park has its campfire myths. But in November of last year, we started getting reports again. Night hikers saying the tree screamed for hours, even when the air was still. One couple said it shook the ground. Another claimed they heard scratching inside it. Normally, I would have logged it as hearsay and moved on. But one of those hikers was a wildlife biologist named Ahmed, who I'd known for years. He wasn't the kind to dramatize. His message had been brief. Klisu, something's alive in that tree. You need to see it yourself. When I called him back, he wouldn't elaborate. Just said he'd meet me at the trail the next morning with another ranger, Luke. We hiked out under a flat gray sky. The cold had a way of tightening everything. My lungs, the straps on my pack, even the forest itself. The branches were stiff and rimed with frost, and our boots left sharp impressions on the thin layer of snow that dusted the path. The screaming tree wasn't marked on any map, but Ahmed led us straight to it as if guided by memory. It stood slightly apart from the others, a black spruce taller than most. Its bark glossy from sap that had leaked and hardened in strange streaks. The smell was wrong, sweet and sour, like decay mixed with pitch. When I got closer, I saw that the trunk wasn't uniform. There were bulges under the bark, as if something had swelled beneath it. Pressing from within, the base was littered with small animal bones, mice, squirrels, a bird's skull so clean it looked placed. Luke gave a low whistle. Looks like a damned shrine. Ahmed crouched near the roots. It's not just the wind, Zoe. Listen. At first, there was nothing. Only the hush of snow sifting through needles. Then, faintly, a vibration. A deep, irregular rhythm, almost like a pulse. And under it, a murmur, rising and falling with intervals too uneven to be mechanical. It was breathing. I remember stepping back, my stomach tightening. The sound was so faint I thought I might be imagining it, but then the bark flexed. Just slightly, like something inside had shifted position. Luke froze. "Did that just?" "Yeah," I said quietly. It did. We argued about what to do next. Cutting into it wasn't protocol. We're not supposed to damage old, growth trees without authorization. But Ahmed was insistent. He said the tree was sick, that maybe it was infested or harboring a trapped animal. He even suggested it could be a fungal bloom mimicking respiration, though he didn't sound convinced himself. In the end, we decided to call in a small saw from the truck, just to open a section near the base. We marked the site and headed back to the trailhead before dark. The whole way down, the forest felt heavy. I kept glancing over my shoulder, certain the noise was following us, though there was only silence. That night, the storm came in faster than forecasted. The wind screamed down from the peaks, and I couldn't stop hearing that rhythm underneath it. When I finally dozed off, I dreamt of sap, stained teeth, and hands pushing from beneath bark, fingernails splitting as they scraped for air. The next morning, the storm had passed. We packed up the chainsaw, gloves, and a sample kit and hiked back out. When we reached the clearing, the smell hit first. Wet, metallic, almost like blood in snow. The tree's trunk was slicker than before, the sap darker. Something had oozed down overnight, pooling into the frost in thick brown lines. Luke started the saw. The first cut sent vibrations through the air that made my teeth ache. The noise that came from the tree wasn't wind or anything close. It sounded like a human cry played through water, high, wet, and desperate. Ahmed flinched. "Turn it off." Luke didn't stop. He was pale but determined, leaning into the bark as the blade bit deeper. The sap sprayed across his gloves in streaks, so dark it looked like old blood. Then the sound changed. It shifted from that watery wail to something sharper, almost metallic. A shriek that rose in pitch until I thought my eardrums would burst. It was coming from inside the cut, not the echo of a tool. Something else. Something alive. Luke stumbled back, the saw jerking out of the groove. "What the hell is that?" Ahmed's face was gray. "Keep it steady. Just one more inch. I don't know what made us do it." Curiosity, fear, disbelief. It all tangled together. Luke steadied the saw again, cutting through the last layer. The bark split open with a tearing sound. Inside was not wood. It was flesh. Wet, pale, fibrous flesh, threaded with veins that pulsed faintly in the cold air. For a second, none of us moved. The interior shimmered with moisture like raw muscle, and from somewhere deep within, there was movement. A twitch, followed by a low, drawn, outgroan. Ahmed whispered, "It's growing around something." He reached in with a gloved hand, brushing away a flap of bark. What we saw next made my knees go weak. There was a face embedded in the wood, human-shaped, though stretched and distorted by layers of grain and resin. The mouth was open wide, frozen mid-scream, but the eyes rolled beneath the film of sap. They moved. I screamed before I realized it. Luke dropped the saw, stumbling backward into the snow. The thing inside the tree twitched again, and for a moment, the whole trunk seemed to expand, exhaling a burst of warm air that smelled like rot. Then silence. The snow absorbed every sound, every breath. The only noise left was the slow drip of sap onto frozen ground. We ran. I didn't even look back until we reached the ridge, lungs burning. The forest below looked calm again. ordinary, almost peaceful. But that didn't matter. We knew what was there. Back at the station, I filed a report under hazardous biological anomaly and sealed it with the others that never make it to public logs. Ahmed stayed behind to examine the sap sample, though his hands were trembling so badly he could barely hold the vial. When I checked on him later that night, the lab door was locked. Through the glass, I saw him hunched over the table, staring into the microscope. His lips were moving, whispering something I couldn't hear. I called his name. He didn't look up. That was the first time I noticed the smell inside the lab. Sharp, sweet, and metallic. The same smell that came from the tree. By morning, Ahmed was gone. His truck was still parked outside, keys on the dash. On the lab table sat the vial of sap, uncapped. The contents had hardened into a black resin. At first, I thought it was empty, until I looked closer and saw a single pale shape suspended inside, barely the size of a fingernail, a tooth that day. The park office shut down Vermilion Ridge Trail for maintenance and told visitors it was due to unstable weather. No one argued. No one wanted to. But that night, as I was locking up, I heard it again, faint and far, carried through the valley like the wind playing a flute made of bone. Only there was no wind. The air was still. It came from the direction of the ridge. And I swear, beneath that long, hollow cry, I heard Ahmed's voice whisper my name. I didn't report Ahmed's disappearance right away. That might sound cold, but if you've worked long enough in the park service, you know how these things go. Sometimes rangers go off grid for a night to clear their heads. Sometimes they just drive until the roads turn to dirt. I told myself that was all it was, but even then, I knew something wasn't right. By dawn, his truck had a thin coat of frost. The driver's seat was dry, like it hadn't been touched all night. His parka was still hanging by the door. The air inside the station was heavy with that smell again. Sap and copper, sweet in a way that made my throat tighten. I opened the windows to let in the cold, but it didn't help. The odor clung to the walls. The sample vial sat where I'd left it, the hardened resin glinting faintly in the light. Inside, the tooth had shifted. It was closer to the glass, like it had floated forward overnight. When I leaned in, I thought I saw tiny cracks forming around it, hairline fractures radiating outward. I stepped back. I didn't touch it. Luke came by mid-morning, still shaken but trying to play it off. He'd spent the night down in Banff, drinking off the fear. He looked like he hadn't slept. He asked, "No. You." He shook his head. He wouldn't just bail. "You know that?" "Yeah," I said quietly. "I know." We stood there for a long time without saying much else. The office felt smaller than usual. Even the radio static from dispatch sounded muffled. Eventually, we decided to go back to the ridge. Not to cut or touch anything this time. Just to check. Maybe Ahmed had gone back himself and gotten stuck in the snow. It wasn't impossible. The area was rough, full of sinkholes and half-frozen streams. Still, as we packed up, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being pulled back there. Not by duty, but by something else. Something waiting. The trail looked different that morning. The snow had melted and refrozen into thin, glassy layers, reflecting the gray sky like broken mirrors. The wind was absent again. Unnaturally still, the kind of silence that presses on your eardrums. We reached the clearing just before noon. The tree was still there, but it wasn't the same. The cut we'd made had sealed. Not healed, sealed. The bark had grown over in rough, uneven ridges, as if the tree had swallowed its own wound. The spot where we'd seen the face was smooth now, shiny with hardened sap that glittered faintly like amber. Luke approached it slowly. It closed overnight. It shouldn't be possible, I said. He ran a gloved hand over the surface. Feels warm. I touched it too, and he was right. Despite the cold air, the trunk radiated faint heat. I could feel a pulse again, stronger this time, steady. Then I heard it, faint scratching from inside. Not random, rhythmic, like fingernails or claws tracing the bark in slow, deliberate patterns. Luke stepped back, eyes wide. It's still alive in there. Before I could respond, there was a creak above us. The branches swayed, not from wind, but from movement deep inside the trunk, traveling upward, like something climbing toward the canopy. We followed the motion with our eyes as the sound grew fainter, until it vanished entirely. Then, silence again. We stayed only a few minutes longer. Neither of us wanted to, but neither wanted to say it first. When we finally turned to leave, I noticed something near the base of the tree, something that hadn't been there before. A handprint, pressed into the sap, half-formed, with 5 distinct fingers. The impression was deep, too deep to have come from outside. It bulged outward. Something was trying to get out. We left the ridge without speaking. On the way down, the snow began to fall again. Soft at first, then heavier, swallowing our footprints almost instantly. By the time we reached the truck, the storm had turned fierce. Visibility dropped to a few yards. The radio crackled with static, and through it came a brief sound. Half voice, half wind. It said my name. I yanked the cord out of the receiver. The silence afterward felt worse. We got back to the station soaked and shaking. I wanted to call it in, but what was I supposed to say? A tree screamed and sealed itself up. They'd think we'd lost it. Luke went to take a shower in the dormitory wing. I stayed in the office, watching the snow build up along the windows. The forest beyond blurred into white. That's when I heard the knock. 3 sharp taps on the door, measured human. I opened it without thinking. No one was there. Only a drift of snow and a single dark smear leading away toward the tree line. Sap, thick, wet, and faintly steaming in the cold. I followed it just a few steps, enough to see that it wasn't random. It trailed off into the woods in a straight line. When I went back inside, my boots left prints of that same dark sap across the floor. I could smell it again. Metallic, clinging. The air in the office felt alive, vibrating faintly, like the hum of a generator behind a wall. By evening, Luke hadn't come back. I checked the dorm wing and found the shower still running, the water spilling down the drain in thin, brownish streams. His uniform lay in a heap on the tile. His boots were gone. The radio flickered again, a burst of static followed by a whisper. I thought it was dispatch at first, but then I recognized the voice. Ahmed. It's not hollow Zoe. It's a mouth. The line went dead. That was when I started packing. I didn't care about the reports, or the protocol, or the fact that I'd probably lose my job for abandoning post. I needed to leave before night fell. But the forest didn't want me to. Every road out was blocked. The snowplows hadn't come through, and the storm had buried everything in a white blur. My truck wouldn't start. Even the emergency generator stuttered and failed. The whole station dimmed into darkness, the only light coming from the lantern on my desk. I sat there, wrapped in my coat, watching the glow tremble. I don't know how long I waited. Maybe hours. Then came the sound again. Not from outside this time. From the walls, a low, steady moan, vibrating through the wood beams, like the forest was breathing against the building. The same rhythm I'd heard in the tree. I grabbed the lantern and stepped into the hallway. The sound followed me, moving along the walls as if tracking my footsteps. At one point, I swore I saw the wood flex, a ripple running along the grain. The air grew thick, humid. Sap dripped from the ceiling vent, slow and sticky, catching the lantern light. "Luke," I called out, my voice cracking. No answer. Then, from somewhere down the hall, the door to the lab creaked open on its own. I didn't want to go in. Every part of me screamed not to. But I couldn't stop. The smell hit me first, stronger than before, almost unbearable. Sweet rot and iron. The lantern flickered as I stepped inside. The vial was gone. In its place on the table was a stain, circular and dark, where the resin had melted through the glass. It had spread across the surface, hardened again into a rough shell, and embedded in the middle of that black surface was another tooth. Larger this time. I heard breathing behind me. When I turned, I saw the outline of a figure standing in the corner, half lit by the lantern glow. It was about the same height as Ahmed, but its skin was streaked with sap. Its mouth hung open, lips dark and stiff, and from within came a sound like branches rubbing together. It wasn't speaking. It was echoing, repeating the same 3 words Ahmed had said through the radio. "It's a mouth." The light flickered again, and it was gone. I ran. I don't even remember crossing the hall. Just the sound of the boards creaking under my boots, and that thick sweetness clogging my throat. I locked myself in the storage room and waited for dawn, shivering in the dark, clutching the lantern until it burned out. When I finally stepped outside the next morning, the storm had cleared. The air was glass still again. No footprints in the snow. Mine from last night, Luke's, anyone's. Just a smooth, untouched surface stretching all the way to the tree line. But the forest wasn't silent. Somewhere far off, deep within the ridge, I could hear it. The screaming tree calling again. Only this time, the voice was different. It was Luke's. I should have left that morning. Driven straight out of Banff, abandoned the badge, the truck, the station, everything. But when you've worked a place as long as I have, it becomes part of your spine. You start believing you can fix whatever goes wrong, even when what's gone wrong doesn't fit inside any rule book. That morning, the world looked new and cruelly beautiful. The snow glittered like crushed glass under a sun that gave no warmth. But I couldn't look at it without hearing the faint echo still carrying through the valley. Luke's voice, drawn long and distorted. He was alive, or something wearing him was. I clucked what little I had: flashlight, axe, radio, extra batteries, flare gun. I didn't bother writing a note. Who would read it? The next person to find this place would already know too much. When I reached the trailhead again, everything felt wrong. The path looked flatter, shorter, like the forest had shifted while I slept. I recognized the trees, but their spacing was different. Closer, tighter, the air pressed between them thicker. I could hear faint cracks echoing in the distance, like branches snapping under invisible weight. Halfway up the ridge, I found tracks. They weren't mine. Boot prints half filled with ice. Deep enough to belong to a man heavier than me. Luke, maybe. But they stopped abruptly a few yards later. The snow ahead was undisturbed, smooth as marble. When I bent to look closer, the wind picked up. Not the natural kind, but something shallow and strange, more like air being pulled inward. My hair lifted slightly. A sound followed. Breathing. It came from beneath the snow. I stepped back. The ground under my boot shuddered faintly, like something shifting just below the surface. For a moment, I saw a dark outline move under the frost. A limb, maybe an arm, sliding along. I ran the rest of the way to the clearing. The tree stood waiting. The wound we'd cut before was gone entirely, no trace of a scar. The bark shimmered faintly in the weak sun, slick with a wet sheen that wasn't sap anymore. It moved. Not like liquid, not quite. More like muscle tightening beneath a membrane. At its base was a shape half buried in snow. A parka sleeve, torn at the elbow. I recognized it before I touched it. Luke's. I pulled at the fabric and found what was left of his arm. Not torn off, grown into the roots. The skin blended seamlessly into the wood, veins stretching outward into grain. His hand was open, the fingers rigid, reaching toward me as though mid-motion. I dropped the sleeve and stumbled back. My radio crackled to life. "Zoe," it said, soft as a sigh. Luke's voice. "Don't pull it out." The signal broke into static, then cleared again. But now there was another tone beneath his voice. A wet resonance, the sound of sap shifting. "It remembers everything." I didn't answer. Couldn't. My throat had gone dry. Then the tree began to move. The bark rippled outward, forming bulges like something pressing from inside. Cracks split across the trunk in sudden, jagged lines, oozing that dark sap again. The smell hit me instantly. Iron, rot, sweetness too sharp to breathe. I took a step back, but the ground caught me. My boot sank into something soft. When I looked down, I saw it wasn't snow, it was pulp. The top layer had turned to a fibrous mess that clung to my soul like wet paper. The forest floor itself was breaking down, feeding something unseen. The first face appeared just above the roots. It wasn't Luke's. Not at first. Older. Features warped by bark but unmistakably human. A man's jawline, a woman's cheek. All fused together in layers like growth rings. Eyes half open, lips curled. They twitched when I moved, their mouths forming silent shapes. Then another face bulged beside them. And another. Each one caught mid-expression. Fear, pain, some mid-scream that never finished. The air filled with a chorus of low moans, faint and overlapping. The sound wasn't coming from the tree. It was the tree. Every face, every crevice of bark exhaled at once, producing a sound like the forest sighing through 1,000 throats. I fell backward, scrambling across the snow. The moaning grew louder, turning into words that weren't quite words, a language I could almost recognize. My name was somewhere inside it. Zoo. I raised the axe. My hands shook so hard I nearly dropped it. I don't know why I thought I could fight it. Maybe I just needed something solid in my grip, something human. When I swung, the blade sank in with a wet sound. The trunk shuddered. Thick sap sprayed across my face, burning like acid on my skin. The scream that came out next wasn't from any throat. It was the forest itself, vibrating through the air until my vision blurred. I swung again, and again. The axe caught something hard inside, bone maybe. The sound changed pitch, turned almost pleading. Then the tree split. A fissure opened from the wound upward, wide enough for me to see inside. What was within wasn't roots or heartwood. It was an entire vertical column of fused bodies. Human, animal, all merged and grown together, their skin threaded with fibers of living wood. Some faces I didn't recognize, others I did. Luke's eyes blinked once from deep inside, lips moving faintly. "Help me." But his voice wasn't his. It was layered, harmonized with a dozen others. Every time his mouth moved, others did too, like the tree was using all of them to speak through one shape. "We keep it alive," it said. "We remember the sound." The air thickened with heat. The snow began to melt around the roots. Sap ran freely now, splashing into the thawed earth like dark blood. I stumbled backward, blinded by steam and noise. Then everything went silent. The wind returned. Not the breathing, but real wind, cutting cold and sharp. I turned and ran, half sliding down the ridge, branches clawing at my coat. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of the highway, knees sinking into the snow. When I looked back, I couldn't see the ridge anymore. Only smoke, or maybe fog, rising from that direction. I called for help that night. Told the nearest ranger post there'd been a structural collapse and 2 personnel were missing. They sent a team out 2 days later, once the storm cleared enough for the roads to reopen. When they reached Vermilion Ridge, they found nothing. No tree, no clearing. Not even the saw marks we'd made earlier in the week. Just a circle of disturbed earth, like something massive had been uprooted. No one asked questions that made sense. Officially, Ahmed and Luke were listed as presumed lost in winter conditions. Their families were given the standard condolences. I signed the report, packed up my things, and requested indefinite leave. I tried to move on. I really did. I rented a small cabin east of Calgary, far from the park, where the trees are thin and the wind never sounds quite right, but still human enough to bear. For a while, it worked, until the phone calls started. The first one came in early spring. Static at first, then a faint rustling, like leaves in wind. I almost hung up. Then came the whisper. "Zoe." I told myself it was my mind replaying it, guilt-feeding hallucinations. But when I unplugged the phone entirely, the sound kept coming, from the wood of the cabin itself. It started as creaking, then low murmurs at night, just before sleep. Sometimes the walls would warm under my hands. Once, I woke to find sap leaking from the seam between floorboards. That was 3 months ago. Now, the sounds have grown louder, clearer. And last night, as I lay half awake, I heard them again. Voices layered together, faint but deliberate, rising from the walls like breath through hollow bark. They said something new this time. Would grow better in silence. I got up and went outside. The air was still. The moonlight stretched across the yard, silver on frost. That's when I saw it, just beyond the fence, near the edge of the property. A young spruce, taller than it should have been for its age. The bark was smooth, dark, slick with dew. But at the base, faintly visible beneath the frost, was a single handprint, pressed from the inside. I've thought about burning it. I've thought about moving. But part of me already knows it won't matter. You can't kill something that's built from remembering. The forest keeps its echoes. It learns their shape. When I touch the tree now, I can feel the pulse again. And sometimes, if I lean close enough, I can hear a familiar voice whisper through the trunk, soft, calm, almost comforting. "It's okay, Zoe. You're part of it now." I think he's right. Because tonight the wind's supposed to pick up again. And when it does, I know what sound the forest will make. It won't be the wind. It'll be me. My name is Nate Winslow. I am a seasonal ranger for the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. Though most people wouldn't know it to look at me. The uniform's been traded out for rain gear. The truck's parked somewhere far behind, and my radio's been dead for 2 days. For now, I'm just a brother on a hiking trip gone wrong. My sister, June. And I thought we were overdue for something simple. Something that reminded us of who we were before the noise of work and life. We picked a moderate route that traced the Deschutes River northward, winding through pine and canyon. 4 nights out, no cell service, no contact with the world. I remember saying that phrase to her like a promise. No contact with the world. The first 3 days went perfectly. The kind of perfection that feels suspicious in hindsight. Warm sun, crisp air trails so well, kept it seemed freshly conned by unseen hands. At night, the sky looked too large, as if it had been pulled closer just for us. June slept easily, wrapped in her mummy bag, face half, lit by the coals. I stayed up, mostly to listen. When you're in the backcountry long enough, you start hearing the land's breathing. Its creaks, its sighs, its distant, living hum. It wasn't until the 3rd evening that I saw it. The first time. We were setting up camp near a dry ravine. Golden light slanting through the lodgepoles. June was boiling water for noodles while I hammered in the tent stakes. When I looked down, I saw 3 shadows stretching out long across the dirt. My sister's, mine, and 1 more between them. I thought at first it was a trick of the light, something cast by a branch or ridge behind us. But as I moved, it moved too, keeping perfect rhythm. It wasn't shaped like either of us. Thinner, taller, with a head that seemed wrong. A little too elongated, like it had been smeared upward. "Hey, June," I called, forcing casualness. "You see that?" She squinted at the ground, then at me. "See what?" "Never mind." I didn't want to spook her. She'd had nightmares since we were kids. Sleepwalking kind, where she'd mumble names and wander into the hall. I figured fatigue or low sun could explain it. Shadows stretch weird near dusk. That night, though, I couldn't shake it. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the 3 shapes on the dirt again. 2 real, 1 pretending. By morning, I'd convinced myself it was nothing. We ate, packed, and started up toward the ridge trail. The day was hot and still. The only sounds our boots crunching on pumice and the metallic buzz of cicadas. Around midday, we reached a lookout where the valley fell away beneath us. June was snapping photos on her old Polaroid, laughing at how terrible they came out. "You look like you're melting," she said, handing me one. The print showed us standing side by side, bright sun overhead. But there it was again. 3 shadows, hers, mine, and a 3rd behind me, faint but solid enough to be real. I took the photo and tried to brush it off with a laugh, but my voice cracked. "That's weird lighting, huh?" She didn't notice, or didn't want to. That night, something changed in the way the forest felt. Not louder, but aware. It's hard to explain that kind of pressure. Like the air itself has turned into something sentient, waiting for you to slip. Even the campfire seemed reluctant to burn, its flame trembling in tiny gasps. June fell asleep early. I stayed up again, staring at the faint silhouette of the tree line beyond our camp. The moon was bright enough to cast shadows of everything. The tent, the log, the pots and packs, and, of course, us. Only this time, it wasn't just the ground. I could see it on the tent wall, too. Our 2 bodies outlined inside by the firelight, plus another form leaning in from behind, longer than it should have been, head bent as if listening. I sat frozen for maybe an hour, waiting for it to move. When it finally did, It didn't retreat. It stepped closer, closer until its shadow merged with ours. Then the fire flickered out. Morning brought no proof. I tore through the campsite looking for prints. Bent grass, anything. There was nothing, not even dew on the soil. June woke up annoyed. "You didn't sleep, did you?" she asked. "No," I admitted. She studied me. "You're white as a ghost, Nate. What's going on?" I told her about the extra shadow. I even showed her the Polaroid. Her face shifted from skepticism to unease. She didn't say much for a while. Then she gave a half smile. "You're tired, and you always see patterns and stuff. Remember when you swore the smoke from Dad's campfire spelled words? That was different," I muttered. But maybe she was right. I wanted her to be. We decided to hike early and make it to the next checkpoint before dusk. But the forest seemed to resist us that day. Trails forked where no fork should be, markers missing or inverted. Once, I caught sight of movement in the trees. A flash of black slipping between trunks. Could have been a deer. Could have been anything. Around evening, clouds rolled in, cutting the light fast. June walked ahead, singing quietly to steady her nerves. I was lagging maybe 20 paces behind when I noticed something off again. Our shadows. The slope ahead should have stretched them uphill, long and thin. But one of them, again the extra, was facing the wrong way. Toward us. I tried to call out, but my throat locked. The shadow's head tilted, mirroring June's. Then, it stepped sideways, and my sister's real body didn't. I sprinted forward, heart hammering, flashlight shaking in my hand. "June," she turned, startled. "What?" "Nothing. Just keep moving," I said. I couldn't bring myself to tell her. Not yet. That night we camped near the river, exhausted and quiet. The air was damp, and the sound of water was oddly rhythmic, like breathing in and out. June drifted off quickly again. I sat awake, flashlight across my lap, scanning the edges of the camp. Somewhere near midnight, a whisper came from the dark. It wasn't loud. It was the kind of voice you'd use to test a name you weren't sure you should say. "Nate." I froze. At first I thought June had spoken. I turned. She was asleep, face turned toward the tent wall. The whisper came again, this time closer. "Nate." It had a faint echo, like someone standing inside a well. My hand went for the flashlight, but when I clicked it on, the light stuttered once and died. Silence. Then, "Yoon." The same tone, the same cadence. That was the first night it spoke both our names. I grabbed my knife and moved to the tent door, whispering, "June, wake up." She groaned, half asleep. "What is it?" "Something's out there." Her eyes opened fully at the sound of my voice. We listened. The forest was utterly still now. No river noise, no wind, not even the tiny crackle of our dying fire. Just the emptiness pressing on our ears. I heard it move, slow drag, like someone walking barefoot through pine needles. Then, faintly, just beyond the edge of sight, something brushed the tent wall from the outside. A single streaking motion downward, as if a hand had traced it. We didn't breathe. The whisper came one last time, right by the nylon. "June." It was my voice. She screamed. The world exploded into sound. The forest waking up all at once, branches snapping, river roaring again, wind shrieking through camp. I tore open the tent flap, shining the weak beam of my backup headlamp into the dark. Nothing there. No one. But in the dirt around the tent were prints. 3 sets side by side. 2 were ours. The third had no tread. Just a human shape pressed deep into the earth. long and narrow like something carved from shadow. We left camp before dawn, packs half, zip, not even stopping to boil water. June refused to speak for hours, walking stiffly ahead, shoulders trembling under her jacket. Every time I looked down, I couldn't stop myself from counting. One shadow for her, one for me, and one that lingered just a second longer after we moved. By the time the sun began to set on that fourth day, we'd both started hearing it. Not loud this time. Just a rustle that carried our names between the trees, like the wind had learned how to pronounce us. That was when June finally said, "It's not following us, Nate." Her voice was small, cracking at the edges. "It's waiting." For what? I didn't know. But I could feel it too, that sense that something wasn't chasing anymore. It was preparing. That night would prove her right. We didn't make camp so much as collapse. After hours of hiking through terrain that didn't match the map anymore, our legs gave out near a cluster of basalt columns. The sun had vanished into that bruised, purple sky Oregon does best, and the forest looked like it had been painted over in ink. June dropped her pack and leaned against a rock, gasping. "I can't keep doing this. It's like we're walking in circles." I looked around, scanning for landmarks. The ridge we'd been following had forked again without warning. 3 paths, none marked. When I tried the compass, the needle spun lazy circles before freezing in place. "We'll rest here," I said, trying to sound confident. "Rest where?" she snapped. "There's no flat ground, no trail, no." She stopped. I followed her gaze to the ground where our shadows sprawled in the firelight of my headlamp. Hers and mine. And the third one again, perfectly centered between us. She swallowed. "You see it too." I wanted to lie, but the words wouldn't come. "Yeah." For a long moment, neither of us moved. Then she whispered, "It doesn't match anything. Look, the head. It's not shaped like ours." It wasn't. It was taller, the neck too long, the shoulders tapering into nothing. The kind of outline that made the eyes slip trying to define it. I turned the headlamp off. Darkness swallowed everything but the cold gleam of the sky. "Don't give it light," I said. I didn't know why I said that, only that the thought had crawled into my mind fully formed. We sat back in the dark, listening to the mountain breathe. Every so often, I heard a faint crunch, as though something was circling just beyond range. Careful, deliberate steps. Hours passed like that. June eventually fell into a restless half-sleep. I didn't. I watched the faint glow of dawn creep over the trees, gray bleeding into blue, until finally, I thought we'd survived the night. Then I saw the prints. 3 sets again. Ours heading toward camp, and one more leading away. The third trail ran perfectly straight into the trees. No variance, no stagger. Just one clean line vanishing into the distance. "June," I said softly. "Wake up." She stirred. "What time?" "Look." Her eyes tracked the footprints, then back to me. "So what?" It left. Maybe. But something about that word maybe sat wrong. The third trail didn't look like someone walking away. It looked like something had been pulled. We broke camp at first light. Neither of us talked much. The forest seemed quieter with every mile, as if the wildlife had decided to abandon us. Not even bird song. Just wind moving through branches like breath through teeth. By mid-morning, fog began to rise from the ground in rolling waves. I tried to joke. "Pacific Northwest ambience, right?" June didn't smile. "It's too warm for fog." She was right. I could feel the air pressing against my skin, humid, dense. Not the cool mist that came off the river, but something thicker. It clung. By afternoon, we'd lost the trail entirely. The trees grew closer together, trunks twisting inward like they were guarding something. When we tried to mark our way with bits of cloth, they disappeared behind us within minutes. It was as though the forest refused to let us orient ourselves. At one point, June stopped dead. "Do you hear that?" I listened. Wind through branches, faint hissing in the distance. Then, barely audible, a voice. "Nate." This time it came from the fog itself, not from any one direction. It was stretched thin, as if spoken through static. June clutched my arm. It said, "Your name. I know." The next moment, another whisper, higher, softer. "June." We backed away, scanning the gray around us. The fog moved strangely now, eddies spinning in slow spirals, forming shapes that never quite held. "Don't respond," I said. "Wasn't planning to," she whispered. We kept moving. The whispers followed. Always faint. Always just ahead or behind, never loud enough to prove they were real. Eventually, we stumbled into a clearing, a circle of bare earth surrounded by the same black pines. No moss, no grass, nothing. At its center stood a single boulder, flat on top like a table. On it lay something small and square. June's Polaroid camera. She gasped. I checked my pack. Empty where the camera had been. "Did you take it out last night?" I asked. She shook her head. When I picked it up, it felt warm. Not from the sun. This was deeper, like body heat. The compartment clicked open, and a photo slid halfway out. I hesitated, then pulled it free. It showed us in the clearing, right now, standing exactly as we were. Only there was someone else between us. Tall, blurred, bending forward as if whispering in June's ear. I dropped the photo. June swore under her breath, then grabbed my sleeve. "We're leaving." We tried. We really did. But the fog thickened until it was impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. The path, if there ever was one, closed around us. Every direction looked identical. At some point, I realized we were hearing footsteps that didn't sync with ours. One behind, one ahead. Each time we stopped, they stopped too. Then June said something I'll never forget. "It's not following us anymore." She whispered. "It's walking with us." I wanted to argue. But when I glanced down, I saw it again. 3 shadows, perfectly side by side. We broke into a run. Branches tore at our clothes, fog whipping past in streaks of white. I could hear June panting behind me, her boots slapping mud. Then her scream cut through the air. I spun around. She'd fallen, or been pulled, onto her knees. One arm outstretched toward me. Behind her, the fog was folding inward, forming something almost solid, like smoke gathering bones. "Nate." I lunged forward, grabbing her by the shoulders. The air around her was ice cold, biting through the fabric. Whatever was behind her, I couldn't look straight at it. Every time I tried, my eyes slid off. "Don't look back," I shouted. We stumbled forward until we broke through the tree line, gasping. The fog didn't follow past the ridge. The moment we stepped into sunlight, it stopped like it had hit glass. We fell against a fallen log, trembling. June's lips were blue, her eyes glassy. She kept muttering something under her breath. "What is it?"
I asked.
"It touched me," she said. "On my shoulder. Cold hand." I pulled her sleeve down. There, just above her collarbone, was a faint dark mark, like a bruise in the shape of fingers. "We need to find the trailhead," I said. she nodded, still dazed. We walked until dusk, following what we hoped was north. When we finally found a trail marker, faded paint barely legible, I almost cried. We made camp beside it, too tired to go farther. Neither of us spoke as the fire caught. I could tell she was trying not to shiver. Hours later, when the fire had burned low, June whispered, "It's back." I turned slowly. "Where?" She pointed to the ground. The shadows from the dying flames stretched across the dirt, long and distorted. Hers, mine, and one more again, crouched low like it was waiting for us to notice. I took her hand. "Keep your eyes on the fire." "It's whispering," she said through her teeth. "You don't hear it?" "No. It's saying our names over and over. It sounds like you, Nate." I felt something inside me twist. I didn't hear anything, but I believed her. The last time I'd heard my own voice in the dark, it hadn't been me speaking either. We fed the fire until sunrise, refusing to let it die. Every time the flames dipped low, the third shadow crept closer, its shape flickering like heat haze. By morning, June looked hollow. I don't think she'd slept at all. "We can't stay another night out here," I said. She nodded. "I know. But Nate..." "What?" She hesitated. Then, in a trembling voice, "What if the third shadow isn't following us? What if it's ours?" The question hung between us, heavy as the mist still coiled around the trees. Because when I looked down again, she was right. The extra shadow wasn't between us anymore. It was attached, stretching from our feet, branching from the same point on the ground, as though the forest had decided we only needed one. And it was still moving when we weren't. We didn't talk much after that. There was nothing left to say that didn't sound like denial. The sun rose pale and strained through the clouds, and every time I looked at the ground, that shadow, our shared one, twitched like a muscle trying to wake up. We followed what we thought was the exit trail, though the land didn't seem to want us gone. The trees leaned over us, and the air felt bruised with moisture. June walked ahead, silent. I watched her back like if I blinked too long, she might vanish. After a while, she stopped and turned. "Do you still hear it?" she asked. I listened. The forest was breathless again. No wind, no birds, not even the murmur of the river anymore. "No," I said. She shook her head. "It's quieter now. But I think it's inside the quiet." I didn't understand, not until we came across the cabin. It shouldn't have been there. It wasn't on any map. A single-story structure, half swallowed by moss, with a sagging roof and a door that looked too new for the rest of it. Someone had scratched something into the wood, 3 vertical lines and 1 slash crossing them out. June stared. "It looks recent." I checked the handle. Locked, but the metal was cold in a way that suggested deep shade, not disuse. My fingers stuck for a second when I let go, like it had stolen some of my warmth. "We're not staying," I said. "I know," she replied, but she didn't move. Her eyes were fixed on the single window. Cloudy glass, nothing visible inside. Then she whispered, "There's someone in there." I followed her gaze. Nothing, just the reflection of the trees. "June, it's..." Something shifted behind the glass. Slow, a pale hand pressed against it from the inside. Long fingers, too many joints. We stumbled back. The shadow on the wall behind the curtain rippled like smoke. And then the whisper came again. "June." This time, it wasn't faint. It came from inside the cabin, and from the woods around us. and from the ground beneath our boots. All at once, June bolted. I chased her, crashing through undergrowth, branches clawing at our faces. The forest blurred into motion, everything moving too fast, the world smearing into shades of gray and green. We didn't stop until we reached a ridge overlooking a deep ravine. Below, the fog churned like something alive. "We're trapped," she gasped. I looked behind us, nothing but trees. Nothing visible, at least. "We'll find another way down," I said. But the whisper didn't let us. It came closer, threading through the trees like a voice carried on wind, growing clearer, layered. Our names repeated in overlapping tones. Ours, and versions that didn't sound right. Too slow, too breathy. I grabbed June's wrist. "Don't look back." She didn't listen. Her eyes went wide and the color drained from her face. "Nate," she said. "It looks like." Then she screamed. I pulled her forward just as the ground behind us cracked open. The sound wasn't natural. It was like wood tearing, wet and fibrous. I didn't turn to see what had caused it. We ran. When we finally stumbled into open air, I realized we were back on the same riverbank we'd left 2 days ago. Our campsite, our first one, was still there. The fire pit cold, the stones blackened. We both froze. "How?" she whispered. The shadows of the trees around the site stretched long in the evening light. 3 of them fell across the riverbank, pointing directly at us. I turned in a slow circle. The third shadow stood upright against the far boulder, darker than the others. It wasn't cast by anything, it was standing. June clutched my arm. "Nate." The shadow tilted its head. Then it began to walk toward us. Without feet, without movement, just lengthening. Its form slid across the dirt like spilled ink, closing the gap in a heartbeat. We fell backward. The air around us went cold and thick, and the world dimmed as if the sun had been swallowed. My flashlight flickered once, twice, then burst. When the dark settled, we weren't alone anymore. Something moved behind me, close enough that I could hear it inhale. The sound wasn't breath. It was like pages rustling. I turned, and for a moment, I saw its shape between the trees, tall, thin, too narrow to be human. Its head brushed the low branches. It stepped forward, and for the first time, it spoke without whispering. "You were 3 long before I came." I didn't understand until June screamed again. Short, sharp. I swung the light, but she was gone. Only the third shadow remained, twitching at the edge of the trees. "June!" I yelled. "Where are you?" The echo came back, distorted. "Where are you?" It was her voice, but wrong, like her throat was full of static. Then something brushed my neck, a breath, and her voice, right next to my ear. But when I turned, there was no one. Only that same shape standing just beyond reach, flickering like it couldn't hold itself together. I don't remember much after that. Running, falling, the flash of my knife catching moonlight. I remember shouting her name until my voice gave out. And I remember the last thing I saw before I blacked out 3 shadows on the riverbank, swaying in perfect sync. When I woke, it was morning. The world was too bright, too normal. Birds were singing again. The fog was gone, but the campsite wasn't ours anymore. The tent was gone. The packs were gone. Even the fire pit stones had been scattered. Only June's Polaroid lay in the dirt beside me, face down. My hands were trembling when I turned it over. It showed me, alone, sitting by the river, staring at the ground. My own shadow stretched beside me, but it was split in two at the head, branching into twin shapes. I don't know how long I stayed there. Maybe hours. The trail was visible again, and I started walking. My legs worked, though they felt heavy, like wading through memory. When I finally reached the ranger station, the clock said 3 days had passed. They found me collapsed by the gate, dehydrated but otherwise unharmed. "Where's your sister?" one of them asked. I opened my mouth, but the words stuck. The search lasted 6 days. Helicopters, dogs, volunteers. Nothing. No footprints, no pack, no trace. They called it a disappearance. Listed me as a witness, not a suspect. They didn't see the photos I'd kept hidden. I tried to burn them the night before the investigators came back. But every time the flame touched the edge of the print, it sputtered out. The paper wouldn't catch. And when I laid the photos in the dark to tear them up, the shadows on them began to move. It's been 7 months since. I can't sleep unless the lights are on. I keep a lamp by every wall in my apartment. I even taped a flashlight under the kitchen table, just in case. I tell myself I'm fine. That June's gone, that grief can trick the eyes. But some nights, when I look at the wall, I see it again. 3 shadows. Mine, the tables, and one more. Always just a little taller. The doctors call it trauma projection. They say the mind holds on to patterns after loss. But that doesn't explain what I found last week. The Ranger Service mailed back some of my belongings recovered from evidence storage. Inside the box, my knife, my water filter, and June's old Polaroid camera. When I lifted it, it clicked once in my hand, unprompted. A photo began to print. I didn't load any film in it. I know that for certain. The image developed slowly, colors bleeding into shape. It showed a forest at twilight. Our campsite. 2 figures standing side by side. And a third, taller one behind them. One hand resting gently on each of their shoulders. Last night, the power went out. A transformer blew somewhere down the block. I sat in the dark, listening to the hum fade. Then, softly, from the far corner of the rooms. "Nate." I froze. The voice was hers. "June's. You left me there." My throat went dry. I whispered back without meaning to. "Where are you?" Silence. Then, faintly, the sound of the Polaroid camera clicking. Once, twice. I turned toward the window, heart slamming against my ribs. In the glass, I saw my reflection lit by the moonlight. But there was something wrong with it. 2 silhouettes beside me. One on each side, their mouths didn't move. But mine did, only I wasn't the one speaking. The voice came from all 3 reflections at once. "We're complete now." The lights came back a second later, washing everything white. The reflections vanished. The room was empty. But the next morning, when I stepped outside, the sunlight cast 3 shadows across the pavement. 2 matched my shape exactly. The third raised its hand and waved first. My name is Allison Red. I have served as a seasonal park ranger for 7 years, assigned mostly to the northern districts of the Cascades. My work has taken me through the glacier basins, through burns that still smell faintly of smoke years later, and along forgotten trails that most maps no longer acknowledge. I have seen what happens when people get careless in wilderness. Lost hikers, frostbitten campers, the slow panic of being far from help. What I'm about to recount, though, doesn't fit into any of those categories. It doesn't even fit into what we'd call real. But I wrote the incident report anyway. under the title Irregular Campsite. Unverified coordinates. The summer that it happened, our district had taken heavy snowfall through late spring. Many of the higher trails didn't open until July. I was stationed at Ridge Point, lookout with another ranger, Nate Miller, for fire surveillance and general patrol. Ridge Point sat at 800 feet, a timberline post with one road in and nothing else but radio contact. Every few days, we hiked down to check campsites along Basin Creek and the connecting loop trails. That week, we'd been short-staffed. A rock slide had closed off the southern access road, so half our area was cut off from supply runs. Nate had been sent to assist a team clearing debris. I stayed behind, covering double territory, which meant I spent long hours alone with only my radio and the hum of the generator at night. On the third day, I decided to sweep the less used section of the ridge, the one with a string of primitive campsites numbered in the 40s. Camp 46 was marked at the edge of the map, near the old logging boundary. I'd never been there myself, though it was listed as an unmaintained site. My task was simple: confirm condition, ensure no downed trees had blocked access, and log coordinates. I packed light, standard overnight kit, map, compass, flare, and my small field radio. The trail toward the 40s section was overgrown, less like a path and more like a suggestion of one. The smell of wet cedar hung heavy in the air, thick enough that each breath carried a damp chill. The further I went, the quieter everything became. At first, I thought it was just altitude muffling the sounds, but after an hour, I realized there were no birds. Not a single rustle. No insect buzz, no sound of running water. Even the map showed a creek nearby. By late afternoon, I reached the clearing that should have been Camp 46. The signpost stood crookedly in the ground, half buried in moss. 46 had been carved faintly into the wood, weathered gray by time. Beyond it, there was a small flat patch between tall pines, a space that could fit a couple of tents. I remember thinking the trees seemed wrong somehow, too evenly spaced, as if placed there deliberately. Their trunks leaned just enough to feel like they were closing in. Still, the ranger in me overrode the discomfort. It was a mapped site, and I had a duty to check it. I logged its position on my GPS. Though the coordinates flickered oddly on the screen, jumping by small increments each time I refreshed, I chalked it up to bad reception, made a quick perimeter walk, then pitched my tent. I told myself I'd stay one night to note conditions firsthand. It was common practice when verifying older sites, but the unease never really left me. The air felt charged, like before a thunderstorm. When I struck my match to start a fire, the flame burned blue for a moment before shifting back to orange. I radioed Ridge Point to confirm my position, but the line cracked with static. Only half my words came through. Nate's voice, distant, stretched thin, answered once, then cut out. I couldn't raise him again after that. Dusk fell quickly, shadows pulling long between the trunks. I sat by the fire, forcing down my freeze-dried meal, listening to the silence press in. Every so often, I thought I heard something faint, like a soft tapping, maybe a branch swaying against another. But the trees didn't move, not even the tips. The air was dead still. I tried to read by lantern light, but my eyes kept lifting toward the darkness, just beyond the fire's reach. My rational mind listed explanations: altitude fatigue, isolation, sensory deprivation. Yet each time I blinked, I swore the clearing looked slightly different. Firelight bending at unfamiliar angles, shadows falling where they shouldn't. When I finally lay down in the tent, I left the lantern on low. The nylon walls glowed dimly around me. I could hear the faint creak of the forest settling, though it sounded more like breathing. Deep, rhythmic, steady. I turned onto my side, pressing my hand against the cold earth. That's when I felt it a pulse. Not a tremor, not wind, an actual beat beneath the soil, as though something living and large lay beneath the campsite. It thudded once every few seconds. I sat up fast, heart pounding. The sound stopped instantly. I unzipped the tent and stepped out. The fire had burned down to embers, a dull orange shimmer lighting the ring of stones. The forest looked the same as before, yet the darkness between trees felt thicker. I switched on my flashlight and swept the beam around. Nothing but trunks, roots, and shadow. Still, I had the unmistakable sense of being observed. Then came the whisper. It wasn't from any direction I could pinpoint. It was like the air itself exhaled it. My name barely audible. Allison. The syllables scraped together softly, as though spoken through dry leaves. I froze, the flashlight trembling in my hand. I scanned the tree line, calling out, "Who's there?" No answer, only that same two still quiet. I backed toward my tent, forcing logic over fear. Sound carries strangely in valleys. Names echo, maybe my radio picked up something earlier, and my brain filled it in now. All reasonable, all wrong. I stayed awake until dawn, clutching the radio, though no more whispers came. The moment daylight touched the clearing, the tension broke. Birds began calling again somewhere in the distance. I almost convinced myself I'd overreacted. But when I went to mark the coordinates again, the GPS refused to lock. The screen flickered, flashing, invalid position. I tried my map instead, an official topographic issue from the district office, updated that spring. Only now, I couldn't find Camp 46 marked anywhere. I flipped through, checked the legend, traced the trails with my finger. Camps 41 through 45 appeared in sequence, then nothing. The numbering picked up again at 47 farther north. No 46. No notation, no symbol. Not even a faint erasure where it could have been removed. It was as if it had never existed. I stared at the map for a long minute, pulse thudding in my temples. Maybe I'd misread the signpost yesterday. Maybe it was an old decommissioned site. But even that didn't explain the discrepancy between printed maps and my memory of the Ranger database, which had shown the number clearly. I decided to head back early. I packed fasts and straps with stiff fingers. As I worked, I noticed the ground where my tent had been pressed into the soil. The shape it left wasn't quite right. More elongated, curved, almost like the print of something that had lain beneath it overnight. The forest watched silently as I doused the fire and shouldered my pack. The air remained still, though I heard faint clicking from somewhere behind the trees, rhythmic and dry, like fingernails against bark. I didn't turn to look. The hike back took longer than expected. The path seemed unfamiliar, like the landmarks had shifted slightly. The ridge sloped where it shouldn't. The white filtered through in a different angle. Twice I thought I saw my own tracks looping ahead of me, though I hadn't walked that route before. By late afternoon, I stumbled out near the main trail junction. The first sound of running water in nearly 24 hours hit me like relief. I checked my radio. Signal restored, full clarity. Nate answered on the first call, surprised I'd gone out that far alone. When I mentioned Camp 46, there was a pause on the line. Then he said, "Red, we don't have a 46 in that sector. Closest one's 45, then it jumps to 47. "You sure you read the sign right?" "I'm sure," I said, though my voice sounded uncertain even to me. He told me to head back and log it as a navigation anomaly. I agreed, but something in his tone made me wonder if he'd heard rumors too. Those quiet things rangers sometimes share over campfires about places that show up once and vanish by morning. That night, back at Ridgepoint, I pulled up the digital database. Every camp trail and waypoint was listed by ID number. Between 45 and 47, the file skipped exactly as Nate said. No entry for 46, no archived record, nothing. Yet my field log from the day before showed coordinates. I opened the file, but the coordinates were blank. The document header read entry incomplete. Data corrupted. Outside, the wind had started to rise, hissing faintly through the antenna cables. I turned off the monitor and stepped out onto the deck. From the ridge, the forest stretched endlessly into darkness. Somewhere out there, between the grid lines of two verified campsites, a space waited that shouldn't exist. Flat ground, cold air, trees leaning inward as if listening. And for a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of light where no trail should have been. It pulsed once, then vanished. Back at Ridgepoint, the unease didn't fade. If anything, it grew sharper, like the silence that follows a lie you both know, but won't say aloud. I spent that evening trying to convince myself that Camp 46 had been nothing but a cartographic ghost. The kind of clerical hiccup that happens when forest shifts faster than maps can keep up. By midnight, I gave up pretending. I opened the database again. Hidden in the metadata of the corrupted entry was a timestamp that shouldn't have been there, logged 1997-06-21 by A. Read my own name. But I hadn't even been in grade school then. For a while, I just stared at it. Then I cross-checked Ranger archives, flipping through dusty binders in the storage room below the tower. Every few years, paper logs were scanned into the system. In one of those older folders, tucked between fighter reports, I found a note scrawled in pencil on yellowed paper. 46 checked. Do not assign. Trees wrong. R, same initials. Same handwriting style as mine, down to the looping R. The room felt smaller after that. I shut the binder, but the words stayed bright behind my eyelids. The next morning, Nate returned from the debris site. He looked half asleep. Dust still caked in his hair, but I told him anyway. Everything. Coordinates, the whisper, the missing map mark, the note. He listened without interruption, though his expression never changed from the tired patience Rangers reserve for the unexplainable. When I finished, he rubbed his face. "You've been running solo up there too long," he said softly. "It happens. I've seen guys start hearing their radios talking back. You need a day off trail." I wanted to believe him. But then I showed him the map. The corner where Camp 46 had been labeled was lighter than the rest of the page, as if an eraser had worn the ink thin. He frowned. "Print distortion. That's all." He folded it, handed it back, and left it at that. Later, while he slept, I logged onto the district satellite to pull weather telemetry. The interface showed a static overlay of our zone. When I zoomed toward the 45-47 region, the screen flashed once and froze. For 2 seconds, the words Camp 46 active appeared in red before vanishing. I shut the laptop hard enough to rattle the desk. That night, I dreamed of the clearing. Not as it had been, but different trees forming a perfect ring, soil pulsing faintly with light. I stood in the middle while the forest breathed in unison, whispering my name the way a person breathes out candle smoke. When I woke, the clock read 3:46 a.m. It would have been easier to ignore if I hadn't heard the sound again. Soft tapping from beneath the floorboards. 3 slow beats, then silence. At dawn, Nate found me outside the tower with my pack half loaded. He didn't ask where I was going. "You're not going back there," he said flatly. "I just need to confirm what I saw." "Red, listen, sometimes the forest eats its own tracks. A flood, a fire, windfall, land changes shape faster than people realize. Leave it." But he didn't try to stop me. Rangers rarely do. The woods have their own ways of teaching lessons. By midday, I was back on the ridge trail. Clouds hung low, turning the sunlight dull and metallic. When I reached the junction, the side path that led to the 40 section looked sharper, as though freshly cut. Ferns that had brushed my knees 2 days ago were flattened, pointing inward like arrows. I followed. The forest felt denser, colors muted under the cloud cover. At intervals, I saw faint impressions in the dirt. Boot prints, maybe my own from before, maybe not. The spacing was off. They were longer, deeper. When I reached the clearing, I stopped short. Everything looked the same, and nothing did. The crooked signpost was gone, replaced by a smooth stump. The soil where my tent had sat was untouched, no mark, no ash ring. But the air still hummed with that low electric weight. I knelt, brushing my fingers across the ground. Cold. Colder than the air should have been. I pressed my palm down and felt it again, the pulse. This time it didn't stop when I noticed. It quickened. I staggered back. My compass swung erratically, needles spinning full circles. The trees around the clearing seemed to lean closer, though there was no wind. Then the whisper came. Not my name this time, but a phrase to stay logged. I turned toward the voice, but the sound came from everywhere at once. I fumbled for the radio, thumb trembling over the transmit key. "Ridgepoint, this is Red. Do you copy?" Static. Then a voice, my own, answered. "Champ 46 confirmed. Remaining overnight." I dropped the radio. The sound didn't stop. It echoed faintly from the trees. The same sentence looping with slight distortions. "Champ 46 confirmed." Confirmed. I backed toward the trail, every instinct screaming to leave. But the path looked wrong. Branches where none had been, slope angling the opposite direction. The forest was folding itself differently. I picked a line and ran. My breath tore in my throat. The trees blurred together, their trunks flickering past like frames in an old film. At some point, the whispers shifted tone, becoming faint laughter, or maybe branches snapping. When I finally stumbled onto an open slope, the forest behind me had gone silent again. The light looked clearer, the air thinner. I checked my GPS. Coordinates read normal. Compass steady. For a long time, I just stood there shaking. By evening, I made it back to Ridgepoint. Nate met me halfway, eyes wide. "You've been gone 2 days," he said. "That's impossible. I left this morning." He didn't argue. He just pointed to the tower's clock. I looked and felt my stomach drop. 2 calendar days had rolled over. He made me sit, drink water, eat something. Then he said, "You need to log everything while it's fresh." I tried. The report came out scattered, sentences looping halfway through. Every time I wrote Camp 46, the pencil tip snapped. When I switched to pen, the ink smeared, forming a shape like a 0 with a slash. 46 crossed out. Nate read the draft silently. "You're not filing this," he said finally. "No one will sign off. They'll bench you for stress evaluation." I didn't argue. But that night, as the wind rose, I heard him on the radio whispering coordinates to someone, numbers I recognized. the same region. At 2 a.m., he left. I followed half an hour later, though the trail was black as pitch. I kept the beam of my flashlight low, the way we do when tracking someone close. His boot prints were easy to spot. He hadn't bothered to cover them. When I reached the lower ridge, fog had rolled in, thick and cold. I heard his voice ahead, steady, calm, reading something aloud. I crept closer until I could see the glow of his headlamp through the mist. He stood in the clearing. The signpost was back. 46. The light illuminated it perfectly. "Nate," I called. He turned slowly, eyes catching the reflection. "You came," he said, voice quiet, almost relieved. "What are you doing?" "They logged me in," he whispered. "Said it's my turn." Before I could ask who, the ground shuddered. The soil beneath the sign rippled outward, light seeping between the cracks like breath under skin. Nate stepped closer to it, transfixed. I shouted for him to stop, but the words came out muffled, like the air itself swallowed sound. He reached the center, knelt, pressed his hand against the ground. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the earth sank slightly under his palm, just enough to take it in up to the wrist. He didn't move. I ran forward, grabbed his shoulder, pulled, but the ground clung to him like wet sand. "Nate." He looked up at me. His mouth moved, but the voice that came out wasn't his. "Stay logged." I yanked harder. The soil released him all at once, sending us both backward. The clearing went dark. When I blinked, the sign was gone again. We stumbled out, running until we found the main trail. He didn't speak the entire way back. At dawn, he packed and left for the district base without a word. By the time I sent a follow-up message that afternoon, he was already listed on leave. No forwarding contact, no response. In his locker, I found his field map. The corner that should have shown 45 through 47 was torn clean out. That night, a new file appeared on my desktop. No sender, no subject. Just a single document labeled Camp 46. Active user read. It contained one line of text. "You are next log." I didn't open the file again after that first glimpse. I should have deleted it. Wiped the drive, burned the laptop if it came to that. But I didn't. I left it sitting there on the desktop, glowing faintly in the corner of my screen like an unanswered question. The longer I stared at it, the more I felt like it was watching back. 3 days passed. Nate hadn't returned, hadn't called in, and dispatch listed him as personal leave pending. I knew better than to press. When rangers go missing in paperwork, there's a kind of unspoken truce. We stop asking after the first silence. The forest keeps what it wants. Still, the district chief called up to Ridgepoint on the 4th morning, asking if I could verify an unresolved trail marker discrepancy along Basin Creek. He said someone had reported a campsite number scratched into a fallen signpost, 46, and wanted it documented for removal. The request made my throat go dry. I said I'd check it after noon. I didn't plan to, not really. But by the time the sun rose high, the tower felt smaller, the air too close, the walls faintly humming like they had back at the clearing. By 2 o'clock, I had my pack slung over my shoulder. The sky was clean blue, clouds skimming high and harmless. If I told myself it was just a routine verification, maybe I'd believe it. The trail started familiar. Same switchbacks, same rock faces, but each step forward felt heavier, as if the air thickened around me. About a mile in, I noticed the sound again. The forest breathing, slow and deep. The rhythm matched the pulse I'd felt under the soil days before. The fallen signpost lay exactly where dispatch said it would. The numbers carved into it were fresh, not weathered, not mossed over. Fresh wood shavings curled at the edges of each digit. 46. For a moment, I considered taking a photo, sending it as proof, and heading back. Then I saw footprints leading away. 2 sets, one large, one smaller. One set matched my boot size. I followed. The prints led me downhill, through a narrow corridor of firs until the light dimmed enough that my eyes adjusted to shadow. The trees grew tighter, trunks twisting toward each other in a way that felt almost defensive. When I reached the bottom, I recognized it instantly. The clearing. But it was wrong again. Bigger now. The trees further apart, their roots webbed into the soil like veins. The air carried the faint metallic tang of rain, though the sky above was clear. I told myself I'd stay 5 minutes, take coordinates, then leave. I raised my GPS, waited for signal. It blinked once, locked, then the numbers froze. 4 Sigri 4646N, Leningri 4646W, an impossible sequence. Something about the repetition made my stomach turn. I turned the device off, pocketed it, and started back. That's when I saw movement. Someone standing near the edge of the trees. Nate. He looked exactly as he had 3 days ago. Same uniform. Same pack slung across one shoulder. He lifted a hand in greeting but didn't smile. "You shouldn't be here," I called. "I never left," he said quietly. His voice carried wrong, too level, like he was speaking through a filter. "They just stopped listing me." I stepped closer. His skin looked pale under the shadows, faintly luminescent. "Nate, we need to go. Now." He shook his head. "It's already logging you." "What is?" "The site. It needs a record to stay real. Someone to mark it." I backed up, hand brushing the radio on my shoulder. "You're not making sense." He tilted his head, eyes flicking toward the soil. "It's listening. Every word is data. Every heartbeat, a coordinate." Then he smiled, too wide, like the expression didn't belong to him. "Don't worry. It keeps backups." The ground trembled. Not like an earthquake. More like breath again, deep and rhythmic. I turned to run, but the forest folded inward. The path I'd taken was gone, replaced by a slope of roots and moss. Nate's voice came from behind me. "You can't exit until the log completes." I spun back, flashlight shaking. "You're not real. Neither are you. Not anymore." The air thickened until it vibrated against my eardrums. My vision swam. Everything around me shimmered like heat rising off asphalt. Then the light collapsed, leaving only dark. When I woke, it was dawn. I lay beside my half-collapsed tent in a different clearing. Flat ground, burned fire ring, everything normal. My compass pointed north again. Birds sang. For a moment I thought I'd dreamed it all. Then I saw the number etched into the soil beside me. 46. My GPS showed standard coordinates this time, but the log header read Camp 46 verified by A. Red. Date stamped with the current day. I don't remember entering it. Back at Ridgepoint, dispatch was waiting on the line. They'd received a ping from my unit overnight. Location confirmed. Occupancy listed as 2 personnel. But there had only been one of me. I told them it was an error, a sensor glitch. They accepted that answer too easily. Maybe they'd heard enough strange things to stop probing. By evening, I'd started to pack. I meant to hand in my badge at base and leave the job quietly. The forest can take what it wants. I just didn't want to be among the offerings anymore. Then I opened the radio log to clear transmissions. The last entry wasn't mine. 2034-6, Ranger Red on site. Camp 46 active. I scrolled further. 23s and 47 requesting next assignment. 23 and 48, assigning Ranger Red replacement, Red A. The words blurred. For a moment I couldn't breathe. The radio cut softly, once, though I hadn't touched it. Then a voice, faint, static-laced, came through. My own voice. Copy that. Logging complete. I shut the radio off, shoved it deep into the drawer. But even without power, it kept ticking. A faint rhythmic pulse every few seconds, like a heart. That night, I dreamed of the forest again. This time I stood outside the clearing, watching someone else set up camp where I had. Their movements mirrored mine exactly. The same tent, same gestures, same nervous glance toward the trees. When they turned, I saw my own face. The dream bled into waking. I sat up in the tower to find the horizon pale with first light, fog pooling thick in the valleys below. For the first time in years, I didn't recognize the landscape. The ridge lines looked shifted, the rivers bent in new directions. When I reached for my map, the numbers along the campsites had changed too. 45 was gone. 47 gone. Every listed site had been replaced by the same label, Camp 46. I laughed then, quietly, the sound raw in my throat. Maybe the forest didn't want witnesses. Maybe it wanted redundancy. Before sunrise, I packed a single bag. No badge, no ID, just what I could carry. I left a note in the logbook, Ridgepoint vacated. Camp 46 confirmed unstable. Do not assign. I started down the mountain trail, the same one that had always led home. But by the time I reached the lower switchbacks, fog had rolled in, thick as milk. My compass needle jittered. Behind me, something moved in the mist. Footsteps in perfect sync with mine. When I stopped, they stopped. When I stepped forward, they followed half a beat later. I called out once, my voice echoing off nothing. The air answered with a whisper that wasn't quite language, just the sound of my own breath returning wrong. I ran. The fog thinned for a moment, and I saw light ahead, warm, flickering, like the glow of a tower window. Relief surged through me. Ridgepoint. Safety. But as I got closer, I saw the outline wasn't a tower at all. It was a signpost. The number carved into it burned faintly gold in the mist, 46. I stopped running then. The pulse under the ground matched my heartbeat. For a moment, they became one. When the fog finally swallowed the sign again, I was still standing there, waiting for the ground to move or the voice to return. Neither did. So I sat down, opened my notebook, and began writing this report. The same one you're reading now. Because if the site needs a record to stay real, then maybe this will keep it contained. Maybe as long as someone keeps reading, it won't need another ranger. If you're reading this through official channels, check your map. See if Camp 46 shows up. If it does, don't go. And if it doesn't, then I guess I did my job. My name is Miguel Santos. I have been a seasonal park ranger for 7 years, stationed mostly across the forests of Northern California. It's not glamorous work. Lots of paperwork, backcountry checks, and the kind of isolation that eats at some people if they're not built for it. I've always thought I was. I like the quiet, the way the world feels older out here. The way the woods seem to breathe differently when the sun starts to fall behind the ridge. This story happened in late October, when the air carried that mix of pine sap and decay that tells you winter's close. The leaves were brittle underfoot, the nights longer than you realized. I was assigned to escort a volunteer team, clearing fallen debris along the ridge trails after a windstorm. Just two others with me. Even Price, another ranger a few years younger than me, and Janie Rook, a field biologist on temporary contract. We set out early, packed light, and planned to camp overnight at one of the clearing sites before looping back to the main station. The first part of the day went smooth. We cleared broken branches, took photos for the department, and marked a few dead trees for removal. Nothing strange, nothing off. That's the thing about these stories. Most of them don't start with anything wrong. It's always later, after sunset, when small things begin to feel wrong without changing shape. We were coming down from the ridge, the truck bouncing over uneven trail when it happened. Something darted out of the brush. I caught it in the headlights. A blur of fur and a small flash of eyes. Then the thump. Avon hit the brakes, hard enough to make Janie's clipboard slide across the dash. "Shit," he said under his breath. "Was that?" "Probably a raccoon," I answered, unbuckling. "Or a fox, I'll check." I stepped out into the chill. The trees around us were still, no wind at all. The forest has a way of holding its breath after a noise like that. I took a flashlight and walked toward the spot. There it was. A raccoon, yeah, or what was left of one. It had been clipped along its hind legs. Not crushed, but the bones looked twisted, like someone had wrung it. It was still alive. It twitched when the beam hit it, the movement sharp and wrong, like jerks from strings. I could see the chest rise shallowly, ribs stuttering. The thing was suffering. I looked back toward the truck. "It's hurt down?" I called out. "We should put it down." Even joined me, wincing as he saw it. Christ. Poor thing. He raised his flashlight and then his boot, but hesitated. "You wanna?" I nodded. I'd done this before. "You don't like it? But you learn not to let something linger in pain." I found a heavy limb nearby, lifted it, and ended it quick. One dull crack. Then nothing but the hum of the forest starting again, cautiously. We moved the body off the trail, behind a fallen log, just to keep scavengers from the path. Janie didn't say much after that. She was quiet for the rest of the drive, until we reached the small clearing where we'd camp. By nightfall, the air was already dropping below 40. We got the fire going, ate canned beans, and talked about the usual. Other assignments. Weird tourist stories. The time someone tried to cook inside a tent and melted it. But after a while, the laughter faded, because we started hearing something. At first it was just soft shuffling in the leaves, maybe 10, 15 feet out. Even joked about raccoons coming for revenge, and we all laughed it off. But the sound didn't fade. It stayed at the edge of the firelight, circling, stopping, then starting again. When I pointed my flashlight that way, I didn't catch Aishin. Normally, you do. Small animals' eyes reflect like coins in the dark. But this time, nothing. Just movement, quick enough to dodge the beam. Janie whispered, "It's been doing that for 10 minutes. Probably just one that followed the smell," I said. "They're scavengers. It'll move on." But it didn't. Around midnight, I got up to check again. The moonlight spilled thinly between the trees. The clearing felt smaller than it had before. I walked a few steps from the fire, past the line where its glow began to fade, and saw it. The raccoon. Or something that used to be one. It lay half in shadow, body crooked like broken sticks tied together wrong. Its head lolled to one side, the jaw hanging by a strip of skin. Its eyes were open, clouded but not still. They jittered in their sockets, side to side, too fast for something dead. It twitched again, arms jerking upward, legs flexing stiffly, like a puppet warming up. "Ivan," I hissed. "Come here." He joined me, flashlight up. When the light hit it, the thing went still. Not limp, just frozen mid-spasm. Its front paws were curled against its chest, claws digging into its own fur. Janie called from behind us. "What is it?" I didn't answer right away. My throat had gone dry. The air was too still again, the kind that makes sound feel thick. "Nothing," Ivan said after a moment, voice thin. "Just a weird reflex. Happens sometimes." He kicked a bit of dirt toward it, trying to seem casual. It didn't move. He sighed and turned away. But when we went back to the fire, I kept glancing over my shoulder. Every few minutes, I thought I saw a small shift in the dark. The way its outline seemed different, closer. I didn't sleep much that night. When dawn came, the first thing I did was check the spot. Empty. Just a shallow impression in the leaves where the body had been. No drag marks. No tracks leading away. Janie was pale when she woke. "Did either of you move it?" We both said no. "Then where the hell?" Evan cut her off. "Coyotes probably took it." She frowned. "Coyotes don't carry things without tracks." We didn't argue. We packed up early, ready to head back down the trail. The mood was quiet. That uneasy silence that doesn't need words. About halfway down, we found something in the middle of the path. At first I thought it was a bundle of sticks tangled in old moss. Then I saw the fur. The raccoon again, or parts of it. The torso mostly intact, but the limbs bent backward, the spine too long now. Like it had stretched overnight. One paw, if you could call it that anymore, had split at the wrist, fingers splayed out, thin and pale underneath the fur, like small human digits growing through. Janie gagged and turned away. Evan just stared, shaking his head slowly. "Jesus Christ," he murmured. What the hell could do that? I didn't have an answer. We didn't take photos. We didn't log it. We just walked faster. But that night, when we reached the base camp near the main road and set up for one last night before reporting in, it came back. Just after sunset, I heard it again. The shuffling. That same twitching rhythm, uneven but purposeful. The woods behind our tent glowed orange from the dying fire, and beyond that, I saw movement. It wasn't crawling, it was walking. 2 legs, hunched arms hanging crooked. The silhouette small, but wrong, like it had forgotten how a body was supposed to move. "Ivan," I whispered, shaking his shoulder. "You seeing this?" He blinked awake, followed my gaze and froze. "That's not, no way." The figure staggered closer, slow but steady. The firelight caught the shape of its face. Fur matted, jaw dangling, eyes rolling. And beneath the fur, flashes of something else. Gray, stretched skin. Then it stopped just outside the firelight and tilted its head. Like it was listening. Like it recognized us. Janie woke up with a start when Avon cursed under his breath. She saw it too. She didn't scream. None of us did. We just stared as the thing twitched, one leg bending the wrong way, body jerking with each step. When I reached for the rifle, it made a sound, a wet, gurgling hiccup that might have once been a chirp. Then it turned and slipped back into the trees, vanishing between the trunks with that same broken rhythm of movement. For a long time, none of us spoke. Finally, Janie said, barely audible, "It's not supposed to stand like that." I nodded, throat tight. "No, it's not." We didn't sleep the rest of the night. The fire burned until dawn, the crackle of wood our only sound against the whisper of leaves. Every few minutes, One of us would glance toward the dark, waiting for the twitching to return. When morning finally broke, we packed up without a word. The trail back to the ranger station felt longer than it ever had before. But even as we walked, I could swear I heard it again. Soft, uneven footsteps behind us, always keeping pace just out of sight. We made it back to the station by late afternoon. Sunlight spilled through the pines in long, quiet beams. You'd think coming back to base would make things feel normal again. But the unease followed us like a shadow we couldn't shake off. I logged the route, filled in the maintenance forms, pretended nothing strange had happened. That's part of being a ranger. You get good putting the unexplainable into neat columns that don't require belief. Even didn't bother hiding how rattled he was. He sat in the truck cab, still in his field jacket, staring through the windshield long after the engine stopped. Janie stayed outside by the firewood pile, smoking, her hand trembling so bad the ash kept falling before she could flick it. "You too want to debrief?" I asked finally. Evan shook his head. "Debrief what? Some zombie raccoon. Man, He exhaled hard, voice breaking. "I just want to forget it." I didn't argue. Janie dropped her cigarette into the dirt and crushed it out. "I saw it," she said quietly. "I know what I saw. It wasn't an animal. It was trying." "Trying what?" I asked. She looked at me, eyes hollow. "Trying to be something else." That stuck with me all night. By morning, we'd agreed to keep the incident off the report. If we logged it, there'd be questions, inspections, maybe even a suspension for reckless wildlife handling. I'd seen careers end over less. The Park Service doesn't like things it can't classify. We went back to our regular routines. Trail checks, visitor briefings, the endless drone of radio chatter. On the surface, everything looked the same. But something had shifted underneath. The woods had grown quiet in a way that wasn't natural. Birdsong stopped earlier in the day, like they'd decided dusk came sooner now. 3 days later, the first call came in. A hiker on the western ridge reported finding a mangled carcass standing upright. Dispatch thought it was a prank, but protocol meant someone had to check. Avon volunteered, maybe to prove to himself that what we'd seen was just imagination. I went with him. We took the ATV up the ridge trail, where the hiker said he'd seen it. The forest up there was dense with cedar and spruce, damp even in daylight. We parked near a switchback and walked the rest of the way. "Probably a bear cub or something," Evan muttered, though he didn't sound convinced. When we reached the spot, there was nothing at first, just flattened leaves and an odor like old rot. Then I noticed the marks on the trunk of a nearby pine. Scratch marks. Long vertical, spaced too close together to be claws. It looked like something had dragged its fingers down the bark. I stepped back. "Evan, look at this." He leaned in. "Those aren't from an animal." The smell grew stronger the further we searched. And then we found it. What was left of a deer. Except it wasn't lying down. It was jammed between two trees, its hind legs splayed awkwardly, head twisted backward as if someone had tried to force it to stand. Its eyes were open, clouded and dry. Avon gagged. "Oh, hell no." Something about the pose made my stomach twist. Whoever, or whatever, had done this wasn't just killing. It was arranging. We didn't linger. I radioed it in as a possible poaching incident and requested animal control, though deep down I knew no hunter had done this. On the ride back, Evan stayed silent, his hands locked white on the handlebars. That night, the noise returned. I lived in a small ranger behind the main compound. Simple wood frame. Porch light that flickered if the wind hit just right. Around midnight, I woke to that sound again. Twitching. Not steps exactly, more like a shuffle, stop, dragging rhythm. I got out of bed and grabbed my flashlight. The beam cut across the clearing, catching on the line of trees. Something stood there. At first I thought it was another deer, but the shape was smaller, hunched. It swayed slightly, like it couldn't balance. Then the head tilted. I saw the jaw hanging open, skin sloughing off the muzzle, fur patchy in clumps. It was the raccoon, or what was left of it. My heart thudded so hard I felt it in my teeth. I stepped back, hand searching blindly for the radio on the desk. Before I could reach it, the thing took a step forward. The motion wasn't fluid. It was jerky, like each joint had to remember what it was for. The head twitched left, then right, as if listening. "Stay back," I said aloud, though my voice sounded small against the silence. Another step, then another. The porch light flickered once, twice, and went out. I swung the flashlight beam again, and it was gone. The clearing stood empty, quiet as stone. I stayed up till dawn with my rifle across my lap. When light finally broke, I walked out to check. No prints, no smell. Just frost on the grass where the thing had been standing. I told myself I'd imagined it. Lack of sleep. Nerves. But that morning, Evan didn't show up for duty. His bunk was empty, his boots still by the door. His truck sat where he'd left it, keys in the ignition. Janie found his radio on the porch steps. The mic button had been held down long enough to drain the battery. The last transmission was nothing but static and a faint, irregular sound. Wet pops, like something moving through mud. Search and rescue calmed the area for 2 days. They found no trace of him, except his flashlight wedged upright in the soil half a mile from the ridge. I was questioned, of course. Protocol. I told them he'd gone ahead to check the old trail markers. They nodded, took notes, and filed it as missing in remote area, presumed fatal. But I couldn't stop hearing that static from his radio. Underneath it, for just a second, I could swear I heard a breath. Then a word. My name. The next evening, Janie came to my cabin. She looked worse than I felt. Eyes sunken, hands raw from chewing at the nails. "You've seen it again, haven't you?" she asked. I didn't answer. She stepped closer, voice shaking. "It doesn't die, Miguel. That thing, it's not just walking. It's learning." "What do you mean?" She pulled something from her jacket pocket. A tuft of fur, gray and stiff with blood. "I found this at the edge of camp. And footprints, human ones, but smaller, like half the size. And they drag." I felt the air go thin around me. "You think it took him?" She didn't reply. She just stared past me out the window. "It wants to stay near people. That's how it moves. It keeps what it kills. You ever notice how it doesn't go far? That night, I nailed the cabin shutters closed. I kept the lights on. I sat by the door with the rifle, waiting for dawn that never seemed to come. At some point, I must have dozed off. When I woke, the fire had burned out and the woods were silent again. Too silent. I turned on the radio to call the main station. Nothing, dead air. I tapped the mic, adjusted the dial. Then I heard it, soft, shallow breathing on the other end. I froze. "Hello." The breathing stopped. Then a voice came through, faint, distorted by static but unmistakable. "Miguel." Evan's voice. I swallowed hard. Where are you? No answer, just more static. Then a wet sound, like something shifting against the mic. I repeated the call twice, maybe 3 times. The voice returned once more, whispering too low for me to make out the words. Then silence. By the time dawn came, I felt hollowed out. I walked outside to clear my head, and that's when I saw them. They circled the cabin, dragging, uneven, the same pattern Janie had described. Some small, some larger. As if the thing had multiplied, learning to stand taller. I followed them a few yards into the trees before stopping. The trail ended near a fallen log. On top of it lay something that made my stomach drop. A ranger's badge. Evans. Next to it, the torn sleeve of his uniform, formatted to the fabric, as though it had fused there. And underneath, faintly pressed into the dirt, more footprints, leading downhill. All of them walking on 2 legs. I stood there for a long time listening. The forest was still again, but not empty. It was the kind of stillness that listens back. I picked up the badge, slipped it into my pocket, and turned for the cabin. Behind me, from somewhere deep in the trees, came a sound. A twitch. Then a step. I didn't go to the main station that morning. I should have. Instead, I stayed inside my cabin, curtains drawn, radio dead, rifle across my knees. Every sound outside felt amplified. The soft drop of pine needles, the far-off caw of a raven, the groan of wood as the cabin cooled. I couldn't tell anymore which noises were ordinary and which belonged to it. By noon, the silence itself began to feel like pressure, a kind of waiting. I kept thinking about the badge in my pocket, Evan's nameplate cold against my thigh, and those footprints circling the clearing, like the thing was marking territory, or maybe counting who was left. Janie hadn't come by. That bothered me more than I wanted to admit. I finally gave in to the thought that maybe she'd gone looking for Evan on her own, and if that was true, she might already be gone. I grabbed my pack, a flare gun, and the camera we used for trail documentation. The logic part of my mind said to collect evidence. If I couldn't explain it, at least I could prove it existed. The other part just needed to know if I was losing my mind. The trail behind the cabin dipped down toward the ridge. That's where I started. The ground was soft from recent rain, and I could see fresh impressions among the old prints. Still dragging, still that uneven half, human gait. But now there were more of them. 2 sets, maybe 3, overlapping. It had multiplied. I followed the tracks for half a mile, before finding the first sign of Janie. Her field notebook lay open on the ground, pages soaked and torn. The last entry was smeared but legible enough. They mimic. The muscle memory isn't theirs, but they learn from ours. The longer they watch, the better they walk. The page ended there. No blood, no struggle. Just her notes. The forest grew darker even though the sun was still up. Shadows didn't behave right. They didn't fall, slope, but stretch sideways, as if pulled toward something unseen. I caught myself whispering her name more quietly each time. When I reached the old service road, I stopped. There, in the middle of the path, something stood motionless. At first glance, I thought it was a person. About 5 feet tall, shape roughly human, head tilted slightly. I raised my flashlight. The light hit gray skin, stretched thin like paper over bone, patches of fur still clinging in places. The eyes, one cloudy, one missing entirely. Blinked in the wrong rhythm, too slow, like it had to think about it. And then it spoke. Not clearly, more like a stuttering playback of a sound that didn't belong to it. Miguel. I stumbled back. My name again, shaped wrong in a mouth that shouldn't have remembered how to form words. "Where's Ivan?" I forced out. The thing twitched, head jerking, jaw opening too wide. A wet, choking noise came out, followed by another word, dragged across its broken throat. "Walk." Then it took a step forward. I fired the flare gun without thinking. The shot screamed upward, exploding in a red bloom that drenched the forest in light. For a second, I saw them all. Half a dozen shapes just beyond the tree line, standing still, all upright. Their bodies weren't consistent, some too long, others bent, some barely holding together, yet all of them imitating the same posture. And when the flare's light faded, they moved. I ran. Branches whipped against my arms. Roots clawed my boots, but I didn't dare stop. Behind me, the sounds multiplied. The rhythmic twitching steps. The wet shuffle of limbs remembering motion. They didn't chase like predators. They followed like witnesses. By the time I reached the clearing by the ridge, dusk had fallen hard. My lungs burned. I ducked behind a log, reloaded the flare gun with shaking hands. The air smelled wrong, earthy but sweet, like something left too long in heat. Then I heard her voice. "Miguel, Janie." I almost called back, almost stepped out. But then I noticed it. Her voice came from the left, but the echo answered from the right, a beat too slow. "Miguel." The echo repeated, softer, dragging the syllables as if testing them. I stayed low. Through the branches I saw her, or something wearing her face. The figure walked stiffly into view, clothes dirty, hair matted. One arm bent backwards at the elbow. She was smiling too wide, her teeth streaked with black. "I found him," she said. The voice was almost right, but there was a delay between her lips and the sound, like bad dubbing. My heart hammered. "Janie," I whispered. "If that's really you, stop moving." She did, for half a second. Then the head tilted, the same jerky angle as before. "Miguel," she said again, the word bubbling up through her throat. "Walk with us." She took another step forward. I fired the flare into her chest. The light caught her mid-stride, skin blistering in red glare, smoke rising. But when the flare died out, she was still standing, burned through but upright, like she didn't know how to fall anymore. I ran again, straight downhill, not thinking, not breathing, just moving. The world shrank to the beam of my flashlight and the sound of my boots hitting dirt. I didn't stop until I saw the reflection of metal through the trees, the roof of the maintenance shed near the main road. I crashed through the door, slammed it shut, and braced it with a steel bar. My flashlight flickered out just as I got the lantern lit. The inside smelled of oil and dust, familiar, safe for the moment. But it didn't stay quiet. Minutes later, footsteps scraped outside. Then another set. Then more. They circled the shed, slow at first, then faster, as if gaining coordination. The walls began to creak under light impacts. Thuds that came irregularly, like someone testing their strength. I backed toward the corner, camera in hand. If I couldn't escape, I could at least record it. The lens caught flashes of motion through the cracks. Gray limbs, twisted faces, pieces of fur. And among them I saw Evan's jacket. The zipper gleamed faintly as something wearing his clothes brushed against the door. Then his voice, perfect this time. "Miguel, open up." Every instinct told me it wasn't him. But hearing his tone, the same inflection, the same calm I'd heard 100 times during patrols, made my grip falter. "Ivan," I whispered. He laughed softly, exactly like before. It's okay now. They just want to walk. The doorknob rattled. The hinges groaned. I raised the rifle, heart pounding, waiting for the first breach. But instead, everything went silent. The air grew heavy again. That same waiting stillness I'd felt before it all began. I didn't dare move. After maybe an hour, dawn light started bleeding through the cracks. I finally opened the door. The clearing was empty. The footprints ended right outside, pressed deep into the mud as if whatever had been there simply stopped existing mid-step. The badge in my pocket was gone. I left that same day. Drove until the trees thinned out and the forest gave way to open land. I told the district office I was taking early leave. They didn't argue. Too many missing reports already stacked on their desks. But even now, back in town, the silence finds me. I'll wake up at night and swear I hear it again. That uneven twitching shuffle outside my apartment window. Something brushing the siding just below the sill. Last week, I found dirt under the doormat. Not city grit, forest soil, rich and dark. And in it, faint impressions. Small, uneven, walking on two legs. I don't know what it is that came out of those woods. Parasite, curse. Some mimicry of death learning to wear the living. But I know it isn't finished. Sometimes, when the sun drops and the streetlights buzz to life, I'll catch a flicker in the reflection of a passing car window. Something hunched and waiting, just beyond the glass, twitching like it's still practicing the act of being human. And every time I blink, it's closer. My name is Sarah Linden, and I have worked as a seasonal park ranger for almost 8 years. I've served across 4 different reserves in the American Southwest, but the one that stayed with me, quite literally, in sound and smell, was Redwater Canyon. The name feels ironic now. There was no water. There hasn't been any there for decades. Not since the drought turned that stretch of desert into a graveyard of cracked clay and heat haze. Back then, I was assigned to map old creek systems for a fire management survey. The work was dull but straightforward. Locate historic water sources. Mark where channels had shifted. Note signs of erosion, vegetation, and wildlife. My partner that season was Ranger David Holt. A quiet, methodical man who preferred to let the GPS talk for him. He had this habit of pausing mid, walk to look at things twice, first like a ranger, then like someone privately trying to remember why they felt uneasy. We'd been out for 3 days already, camping near what used to be tributaries of the Verde River. By late July, the ground was a mosaic of mud fractures, sharp enough to slice boots, and the air shimmered so violently that even shade seemed to hum. That morning, the map marked our next target as Creek 7A, active intermittent flow, which was odd. That area hadn't had flowing water since before either of us joined the service. David checked his coordinates again, squinting against the glare. "It's supposed to be right ahead," he said. I raised the binoculars. All I saw was an endless gully. Dry, littered with animal bones and empty mesquite husks. Looks like someone's idea of a cruel joke. We hiked down into the channel anyway. It was wider than it appeared from above, maybe 20 feet across, with sides sculpted like waves frozen mid-crest. The dirt smelled scorched. My boots left shallow impressions that filled almost instantly with loose dust, like the earth exhaled as soon as it was stepped on. That was when I heard it. Running water. It wasn't faint or imagined, it was clear, fluid, rippling, almost cheerful. I froze and looked at David, who had stopped too. He tilted his head, brow furrowed. "You hear that?" I asked. He nodded. "Yeah. But it's not echoing." He was right. In that canyon, sound usually bounced between walls, warping slightly before it reached you. But this stream sound, seemed to come from beneath our feet. We followed it. Every few yards, the sound shifted direction, as if dodging us. When we knelt to listen closer, it grew fainter. When we stood to move again, it strengthened. By the time we reached a sharp bend in the gully, it wasn't just water we heard anymore. There were voices. Laughing, not distant laughter. Either intimate and layered, like people standing just out of sight. It came with the rhythm of splashing, playful, as if a group of children were running through shallow water. David's expression tightened. "Maybe an echo from the main river." "Which is 20 miles east," I said. "And dry this time of year?" He didn't reply. He just crouched, removed his glove, and pressed his palm against the cracked earth. I watched his fingers tremble. "It's cold," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "Sarah, it's freezing." When I knelt beside him, the ground was warm under my own hand. Dry, rough, unremarkable. I told him that. He looked up confused, then angry in that quiet way of his, like he thought I was joking. We stood there a while longer, trying to map the sound. I even tapped the ground with the butt of my shovel, listening for hollow spaces. Nothing. The earth was dense, solid. By noon the heat was unbearable. We decided to set up a temporary camp under the canyon ridge and take readings. David handled the instruments. I wrote down coordinates. The laughter faded during the afternoon, but returned around dusk, faint at first, then building, as if the creek came alive only when the sun died. That night, we lay awake in our tents. I remember the air being so still it felt like the desert itself was holding its breath. Then, just past midnight, came the whisper of water again. Stronger now, unmistakable. I unzipped the flap and looked out. Moonlight stretched over the gully, silvering every fracture in the soil. David was already outside, standing barefoot on the cracked ground. He didn't notice me. He was staring down, mouth slightly open, listening. "David," I whispered. He didn't answer. His posture reminded me of someone standing in shallow surf, feeling waves rush over their ankles. Except there was no water, just dust and shadow. Then, as I watched, he smiled. Not a happy smile, a tranquil, eerie one, like he'd finally found something that made sense. He knelt, tracing the cracks with his fingers, and said something I couldn't make out. "David." I hissed again, stepping closer. The laughter erupted around us. Clear this time, almost human. 2, maybe 3 voices, high-pitched, overlapping like echoes that forgot which direction to fade in. I ran forward and grabbed his shoulder. He jerked back, startled, eyes wide and unfocused. "What are you doing?" I demanded. He blinked slowly. "Didn't you hear them?" They said. "They're underneath." That phrase didn't leave me for the rest of the night. They're underneath. The following morning, we packed up early. David wanted to dig, just a little, he said, to confirm geological structure. I tried to argue that wasn't part of our assignment, but curiosity had already bitten me too. The sound had persisted all night, rising and falling like tides. We picked a central point where the sound was loudest. The ground there was split into dozens of interlocking fractures, forming a pattern almost like scales. David handed me a spade. "Just half a meter. We'll document and move on." We dug. The soil crumbled easily, flaking off in powdery slabs. Beneath the top layer was a darker band, denser and cooler. That was when the smell hit. Metallic, earthy, faintly sweet, like rusted iron and wet stone. He looked at me, uncertain. Groundwater. No rain in 3 months, I said. Still, we kept going. Curiosity's a quiet disease. At around 2 feet deep, my spade struck something soft. It gave with a wet sound, impossible given the drought. I knelt and brushed away the dirt with my hands. The texture was wrong. It wasn't mud. It was fibrous, porous, like compacted moss or sinew. The moment the air touched it, dark moisture seeped upward, threading between my fingers. I thought at first it was oil, thick and black, but when I lifted my hand, it gleamed red in the light. Blood, I froze. The smell intensified, iron rot, something animal. David stumbled back, covering his mouth. The hole was small, maybe 3 feet across, but the liquid kept welling up, bubbling through the cracks, as if the ground itself were exhaling. Then the laughter came again. Only now it wasn't faint. It rose directly from the hole, clear and shrill, like children playing in a creek that only existed beneath us. We both staggered away, staring as the red seeped faster. It wasn't just a small pocket anymore. It was spreading through the fractures, tracing veins across the dry bed. I remember David whispering, "It's running, it's actually running." He was right. The blood, or whatever it was, flowed like water, threading through the cracks until it formed tiny rivulets that shimmered crimson under the sun. The desert had come alive. We didn't talk much after that. We packed our things in silence, marking nothing on the log sheets. By the time we climbed out of the canyon, the sound had faded again, leaving only wind and the sharp, dry hiss of shifting sand. Back at base camp, David didn't speak for hours. When he finally did, he said, "It wasn't blood. Couldn't be. Maybe mineral seepage. Hematite or clay oxidization." I nodded because it was easier than arguing. But when I washed my hands later, the water in my basin turned pink, and no matter how much I scrubbed, the smell of iron clung to my skin. We filed our report the next day. We wrote Creek 7A, no surface flow. Area unstable. Reassessment required. That night I dreamed of the canyon, of laughter echoing beneath layers of soil, of red lines creeping upward through the cracks, searching for air. When I woke, my pillow was damp. For a second, I thought I'd sweat through the heat. But when I turned it over, there was a faint stain, brownish, rust-like, smelling faintly of iron. I didn't sleep again after that. The park closed that section for safety review the following month. David transferred out shortly after, requesting reassignment to Glacier. I stayed, mostly because I wanted to understand what we'd seen, or because something in that canyon wanted me to. The last entry in my field journal from that week reads, "Sound persists at night. Same frequency, same laughter. Soil beneath tent damp despite no rainfall. Must recheck instruments." I never did. But 2 weeks later, hikers reported something strange. Near the same bend in the dry bed, small puddles of red water glinting under the moonlight. When rangers arrived the next morning, the puddles were gone. All that remained were prints, barefoot, child-sized, leading in circles. And that night, when the wind passed through Redwater Canyon, it didn't sound like wind anymore. It sounded like laughter, bubbling, echoing, and endless. When I went back, it wasn't by choice. 3 weeks after the initial survey, the regional office assigned me to accompany an environmental assessment team to Redwater Canyon. Officially, we were there to investigate reports of unauthorized excavation, and possible contamination. Unofficially, I knew it was about the blood. David refused to come. He'd called me 2 days earlier, his voice brittle through the static of the line. "I keep hearing it," he said. "Running water. In my dreams, it's right under the bed." Then he hung up. That left me 2 hydrologists and a soil tech named Ray Vargas. A man who filled silence with jokes like he was trying to scare it away. The morning we arrived, the heat was already suffocating. Dust curled upward from our tires like smoke. The canyon looked the same as before, but emptier somehow. No birds, no wind, not even the lazy hum of insects that usually haunt dry places. Ray stepped out first, squinting at the cracked basin. Hard to believe there was ever a river here. I kept my face neutral. "Harder to believe there still is one," I said quietly. He chuckled. "You mean the Ghost Creek thing? Heard the story at base last night. You rangers really know how to spook yourselves." I didn't answer. There are moments you realize how useless words can be. Trying to describe something that isn't supposed to exist. We set up a temporary field station on the ridge above the old gully. The hydrologists began scanning the subsurface layers using ground-penetrating radar. Every so often, the equipment beeped, short bursts that echoed through the canyon like sonar. At noon, Ray called me over. He'd been taking core samples near the bend, the same place where David and I had dug. He held up one of the cores, a tube packed with sediment layers. The upper soil was bone dry, pale as ash. But halfway down, the color darkened to a deep brown red. He frowned. "Weird. No moisture readings, but this layer's colder than the rest. Almost refrigerated." I touched the tube. He was right, it was cold. "Organic matter?" I asked. "Maybe. Could be old clay deposits." "But..." He turned the tube slowly in the light. "Why does it look like it's moving?" I looked closer. Within that dark band, tiny threads shimmered faintly, like veins pulsing just beneath the surface. Ray laughed uneasily. "Trick of the eye, right?" I said nothing. By late afternoon, the hydrologists finished their sweeps. Their data screens showed faint blue streaks under the surface, winding patterns that almost mirrored river channels. "Subterranean water flow," one of them asked. "Maybe permafrost melt," the other suggested. I leaned over their shoulders. "There's no permafrost here. It's Arizona." They didn't reply. The lines on the screen flickered, shifting slightly, as if the underground channels were alive. That night, we camped by the ridge. The air was still too hot for sleep, so we sat around the portable lantern, listening to Ray tell stories about abandoned mines and sinkholes swallowing whole roads. It felt normal for a while. Then, around midnight, a sound drifted through the canyon. It was faint at first, like fabric tearing underwater, then clearer, flowing, rippling. The hydrologists looked at each other. "Is that your generator?" one asked. "It's off," Ray said. The sound strengthened, weaving between pitches until it became unmistakable. Water running. Then laughter, soft, melodic, just at the edge of hearing. I stood. My chest felt tight, like my ribs were vibrating. The sound wasn't coming from far away. It was rising from the ground. Ray whispered, "What the hell is that?" The hydrologists scrambled for their equipment, trying to triangulate the source. But the radar screens began glitching, blue lines blinking erratically, spreading outward across the entire map. Then the ground shifted. Not a full quake, just a subtle, rolling movement, like something enormous turning over beneath us. The lantern trembled. Dust rose in small clouds. We froze, waiting for it to stop. When it did, the sound cut off instantly. The silence that followed was worse. Ray finally exhaled. Jesus. Tell me that's not normal. I swallowed. No, it's not. He tried to make a joke, but his voice cracked. No one laughed. The hydrologists packed their gear right then, muttering about unstable ground. I didn't argue. I wanted out too. But as we started back toward the vehicles, I noticed something new. Dark stains spreading along the canyon floor, threading through cracks like veins of ink. They gleamed faintly under the moonlight. Don't touch it, I warned. Ray bent closer anyway. It's just water. Probably mineral runoff. Before I could stop him, he dipped his finger in. When he lifted it, the liquid shone red. He stared at it, confused. That's rust. No, it's... His words stopped. He pressed his hand against his chest suddenly, like something squeezed him from inside. Ray, I said, stepping forward. He staggered back, breathing hard. Cold, he gasped. It's... Jesus! It's freezing. I grabbed his wrist. His skin was clammy, and beneath it I could feel a faint vibration, like a heartbeat, but not his. Something rhythmic, pulsing through the veins of his arm. We hauled him to the truck, wrapped him in a blanket, and drove all night to the nearest ranger station. By the time we got there, his temperature was normal again. The red stain had vanished from his skin. He refused to talk about it afterward. Just kept saying. It sounded like they were laughing under me. The next morning, I went to check his sample tubes. The one from the red layer had cracked during transport. Inside, the soil had liquefied into a viscous, dark fluid. When I lifted it, I swear I heard a faint bubbling sound, like breath caught in a throat. I sealed it in a containment bag and handed it over to the lab team. They later reported no organic material, just iron oxide and clay. Still, the odor of blood clung to the container for days. The hydrologists filed for early withdrawal from the project. Ray was transferred to a different district. That left me again, alone with what I'd started. I tried to convince myself it was a geological oddity, some rare mineral interaction. But then the local reports began. A pair of hikers found a red puddle at the canyon's edge that never evaporated, even in the midday sun. A week later, a fire crew reported laftering from a dry wash 5 miles north. The following week, a family camping nearby woke to find wet footprints circling their tent. The park director asked me to inspect the sites personally. I didn't want to, but I went. Everywhere the same pattern repeated. Faint moisture trails along the soil, small pools appearing overnight, and the smell of iron in the air. The phenomenon was spreading. On the 5th day of inspection, I followed one of the dried tributaries north. The ground was cracked in familiar patterns. I walked for hours, tracing the faint shimmer of red in the fissures, until I reached a shallow depression in the earth. At the center was a small hole, perfectly round, no wider than a handspan. It looked recent. The edges glistened damply, and the air above it was cool, almost cold. When I leaned closer, I heard it again. Water running, and beneath it, faint laughter. Not distant this time. Whispering close. They were saying something. I couldn't catch all of it, but a few words surfaced. Soft, distorted by the hollow of the ground. Dig deeper. My breath hitched. I stepped back, heart pounding. The air felt thick, charged, as if the desert itself was waiting for my decision. For a moment, I thought about leaving, walking back to the truck, pretending I hadn't heard anything. But curiosity, that old curse, pushed harder than fear. I dropped to my knees and began to scrape away the soil with my hands. The dirt gave easily, flaking apart. The deeper I dug, the colder it got. My fingers went numb. When I was about a foot down, the texture changed. The soil turned spongy, then soft, like flesh. I stopped. My chest tightened. From the hole came a single, shuddering exhale. The ground moved. It wasn't violent. Just enough for me to feel it lift under my palms. Slow, deliberate, like something was breathing beneath the crust of the world. I scrambled back, shaking. The laughter followed, echoing faintly up through the hole. I covered it quickly, pushing the soil back with trembling hands, sealing it shut. The laughter faded. By the time I reached the truck, the sun was setting. The air shimmered crimson across the horizon, staining the canyon walls in shades of blood. When I started the engine, the radio flickered to life even though it was off. Static poured through the speakers. Beneath the noise, a voice whispered, distorted but unmistakable. "Still thirsty." The static snapped off. Silence returned. I didn't go back to Redwar Cane after that. But sometimes when the wind moves across the desert, I swear I can still hear that laughter carried in the dust. Soft, patient, waiting. I wasn't supposed to return. But a storm changed that. 3 months after my last trip, heavy rains swept across Redwater County. The kind that hadn't touched that desert in over 20 years. For 2 straight days, thunder crawled over the canyon rim. Flash floods tore through old arroyos, carving out paths that hadn't seen motion in decades. When the clouds finally broke, the creek beds weren't dry anymore. They were red. News spread fast. Hikers spotted liquid flowing down from Redwater Canyon that looked like blood. Videos surfaced online before the Park Service could contain them. The footage was grainy, but you could see it. A slow, viscous current snaking through the cracks, thick and dark as syrup. I got the call the next morning. "They're asking for you," the director said flatly. "You know the site better than anyone." I almost said no. Almost, but something inside me, a mix of guilt and unfinished terror, pulled harder than self-preservation. So I packed my gear, filled a canteen, and drove back toward the canyon. The desert smelled wrong when I arrived. Usually after a storm, there's that clean scent. Wet earth, creosote, new life. But Redwater smelled metallic, like old coins soaked in vinegar. The ground squelched under my boots. Every step left behind a faint red smear that darkened when the sun hit it. The main wash had transformed. The old gully now cut deeper, wider. Pools had collected in hollows, where cracks used to be, each one glinting crimson under the daylight. The sound of water filled the air, but it didn't echo right. It was thick, uneven, almost labored. Ray Vargas was there, standing by one of the new channels, his face pale under the brim of his hat. "They called me back too," he said when he saw me. His voice was hoarse. "I thought I was done with this place." "Guess none of us are," I said. We didn't talk much after that. The ranger team was already on edge. The hydrologists refused to return. That left only local field staff and a few emergency contractors. Everyone moved carefully, avoiding the puddles. The water, if you could still call it that, was thicker than it should have been. When I knelt to look closer, small bubbles broke the surface in steady rhythm, like breathing. I dipped a sample tube, and as soon as the liquid touched the plastic, it began to pulse faintly, almost imperceptibly. I sealed the tube, labeled it, and looked up at Ray. He was staring across the channel, his expression vacant. "Do you hear that?" he asked quietly. At first, I thought he meant the running water. But then I heard it too. Louder. Not faint this time, clear, rhythmic, echoing from every direction at once. It was layered. Hundreds of voices overlapping, rising from the earth like steam. The sound was wrong. It wasn't joyful. It was hungry. Ray stepped back, shaking his head. No, no, no. I'm not doing this again." Before I could stop him, he turned and ran toward the ridge. His boots slipped on the slick ground, and he went down hard, catching himself on his hands. The red liquid splashed up around him. He froze. Then he screamed. I ran toward him. The liquid clung to his arms, spreading up like veins, seeping beneath his skin. His breath came out in wet gasps. "It's cold. It's inside." I grabbed his wrist, tried to pull him free, but his flesh was already losing color. The veins beneath his skin darkened, branching like roots. He looked up at me, and for a split second, I thought I saw movement behind his eyes. Something rippling beneath the surface, pressing outward. He whispered something, barely audible. "They're thirsty." Then his head tilted back, and his mouth opened wide in a soundless gasp. The laughter stopped. The red water around him thickened, swirling slowly, pulling his body downward. It didn't swallow him fast. It absorbed him, piece by piece, like a sponge drawing in a spill. When it was done, only his hat remained, half floating in the crimson pool. I stood there shaking, unable to move. The air was still. No wind, no sound, just the soft, wet rhythm of that impossible creek flowing again. That's when I saw the shapes. Beneath the surface, just under the film of red, something moved. Figures, faint and translucent, drifting as if carried by a current. Faces. Maybe. Small ones. Children. Their mouths were open, but no air bubbles escaped. Their eyes were wide and bright, gleaming gold in the murk. And every so often, one would twitch, as though struggling upward. I stumbled back, tripping over the cracked edge of the gully. My boot caught, and I fell hard, sending my canteen tumbling into the pool. The metal clanged once before sinking without a ripple. When I pushed myself upright, the laughter returned, but quieter now, almost gentle. The voices layered again, but this time they formed words. One never left. I turned and ran. The ridge blurred beneath me. I didn't stop until I reached the truck. The radio was already hissing with static. When I turned the key, the engine coughed but didn't catch. The static grew louder. Beneath it, faintly, came the sound of running water. I slammed my hand against the dashboard. "Stop it." The static shifted, and a voice whispered through, calm and clear. "You heard us first." Then silence. I don't remember driving back to the station. Only the smell of iron, clinging to my skin like sweat. The sample I'd collected was gone when they searched my truck. So was Ray. His name never appeared on the final report. The official statement said he'd been reassigned to another park. But when I called that office weeks later, no one had ever heard of him. I didn't argue. Some things are better left unspoken. Still, the nightmares followed. I'd wake to the sound of water running under the floorboards, faint giggling just behind the walls. Once, I found my kitchen tap dripping thick, dark streaks that smelled of rust. I moved apartments after that. Months passed. I thought maybe it was over. Until last week. The phone rang late, an unknown number. I almost ignored it. When I picked up, the line was quiet except for faint static. Then a voice I recognized whispered. Sarah, that was spreading. It was David Holt. He'd been missing for over half a year. Before I could reply, the line clicked dead. I tried calling back, but the number didn't exist. I don't know why, but I went outside after that. The air was still heavy. Somewhere in the distance, I heard a trickle of water, steady, deliberate. I followed the sound to the edge of the maintenance lot, where the soil was damp, even though it hadn't rained in weeks. A thin rivulet wound through the gravel, glowing faintly red under the moonlight. It led toward the hills, toward Redwater. I stood there a long time, listening. Somewhere beneath the surface, laughter rose again. Soft, patient, familiar. It's been growing louder each night since. They say the desert is alive, that it remembers. I think Redwater Canyon remembers everything we took from it. The rivers, the storms, the lives buried under dust. Maybe it's just taking them back. Maybe we unearthed something that was meant to stay hidden. Tomorrow, the department wants me to brief a new crew before they start containment work. They plan to dig trenches, redirect the flow, neutralize the contamination. But how do you drain something that was never water to begin with? I haven't told them what I saw. I haven't told them what's under there. What breathes beneath the earth? What laughs when it rains? Last night, I dreamed of Ray again. He was standing waist deep in that red creek, his face calm, eyes open. He held out his hand and said, "It's cleaner down here." When I woke, my sheets were damp. The smell of iron filled the room. This morning, I checked the map. Redwater Canyon isn't listed anymore. The coordinates lead to blank desert, no marked trails, no signs of human access. It's as if the park erased it, like it never existed. But I know the truth. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still feel the ground breathing beneath me, slow and deep, like the pulse of the planet itself. And beneath that heartbeat, faint but constant, there's still the sound of running water. And laughter, always laughter. My name is Kenji Okabe. I am a senior park ranger stationed at Hosamine Ridge, part of the North Cascades National Park Complex. I've worked these mountains for 11 years. Long enough to see avalanches reshape valleys, rivers rewrite their own courses, and trails fade back into forest without human feet to keep them alive. Maps, I used to tell the rookies, are only promises written on paper. The land itself doesn't owe you anything. Still, I trusted mine. I'd walked every marked trail, checked every backcountry post, and knew which creeks were reliable through summer drought. That was before I noticed something wrong near the northern boundary. An absence where there should have been something. The park map ends at grid J7, a stretch of terrain marked as unclassified forest region, a harmless bureaucratic term for areas not yet surveyed. But the aerial overlays showed faint lines through that space. Man-made clearings, maybe a path once used by prospectors. It was probably nothing. I thought, a cartographer's oversight. But then the reports came in. 2 hikers, a pair of university kids, said they'd followed a forgotten trail north of Hosamine Lake. They claimed it wasn't on their map, but said it had park signs that looked new. When they turned back after sunset, they couldn't find where the path rejoined the main route. They ended up bushwalking for 8 hours, until they hit the lake again. Their GPS tracks didn't make sense, zigzagging in tight circles, then vanishing for several minutes before resuming a half-mile west of where they started. I remember leaning over their phone, frowning at the digital breadcrumb line. "You're sure you didn't lose signal?" I asked. They both shook their heads. No. It just stopped. That word stayed with me. 2 weeks later, I decided to check it myself. Not officially, of course. The office paperwork would have taken months, and I wasn't in the mood for bureaucratic delay. My coworker, Ranger Miles Patterson, volunteered to come along. Miles was younger, the kind who laughed too easily, and kept a camera slung around his neck, even when we weren't on patrol. We packed for 2 days. Light camping gear, GPS units, radios, and a laminated map that ended, just as expected, at J7. I remember Miles tapping that blank space with a loved finger. So this is where the monsters live, huh? Right, I said, and we're going to say hi. It was late August. The air was thin and dry, and the sunlight carried that golden burn that comes when the forest is preparing for autumn. The first 6 miles followed familiar ground. Steep switchbacks through huckleberry thickets, a narrow footbridge over Devil's Run Creek, then a plateau overlooking the lake. The world was still in order there. But after lunch, things began to slip. We found a post driven into the earth, untreated pine, maybe 2 feet tall, with an old metal placard nailed to the top. The placard bore no logo or number, only a triangle engraved so deep it caught shadow even in full light. The wood looked aged, but the nails were clean, shining silver. Doesn't look like park issue, Miles said, crouching. I took a photo anyway, marking the coordinates. The GPS flickered when I did. Not failed, just flickered, like a weak heartbeat on a monitor. From there, the trail started changing. The dirt underfoot turned oddly pale, not gravel or ash but compacted dust that refused to hold prints. It wound between narrow fir trunks, always slightly downhill, even when our eyes said we were climbing. We followed it in silence for an hour before Miles stopped. "Hey," he said, "you smell that?" It wasn't the forest smell. No pine, no damp soil. It was faintly metallic, like old coins rubbed between fingers. I told him it was probably mineral runoff. He didn't answer. By the time we made camp, the light was thinning through a yellow haze. We pitched the tent near a cluster of boulders and started a fire. Miles went to collect more wood. When he came back, he was pale. "There's something weird," he said, "about the trees." He led me 50 yards downslope, where several trunks had been scored with horizontal marks. Deep grooves, 3 per trunk, spaced like tally marks. Some were high up, beyond human reach. The bark inside each cut had darkened to a reddish brown, but when I touched it, my fingers came away with a tacky film that smelled faintly like rust. "Animal claw?" he asked. "Maybe," I said, though I knew no bear climbed that high to mark trees. We ate dinner quietly. The forest around us seemed to listen. That night, the radio crackled with faint static. I switched frequencies, thinking it might be another ranger post. The hiss deepened, then cleared. A voice came through, distant, broken. "In G copy." My chest tightened. "Miles, did you call base?" He shook his head. "No signal out here." I leaned toward the radio. "This is Ranger Okabe." "Identify yourself." "Nothing." Then, faintly, "Still following it, day 7 now." Miles frowned. "What the hell?" I turned the dial, but the signal had already collapsed into white noise. We didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, the trail behind us looked different. I don't mean we took a wrong turn, it had changed. The slope we'd climbed the day before now dipped the opposite direction, as though the land had rotated while we slept. Our footprints, What few had remained in the dust were gone. Even the boulders by our campfire had shifted slightly, their angles now facing away from the sun. Miles tried to laugh it off. "We're tired. That's all." But his voice trembled. We decided to press forward, thinking maybe we'd loop around and reconnect to a known trail. My GPS refused to track properly. The coordinates repeated themselves every few minutes, as if we were walking in place. After 2 hours, and we reached a clearing. In the center stood a signpost. No words, just the same deep, carved triangle. It was newer than the one before. Fresh wood, no weathering. And beside it, someone, or something, had built a cairn of flat stones, perfectly stacked, about 3 feet high. Miles kicked one of the rocks loose. "Don't," I said sharply. He looked at me, half amused. "You think it's sacred? I think it's marked." He shrugged and turned away. But when I glanced back at the cairn, the stone he'd kicked off was back in place. I told myself I was mistaken, that I'd looked away for longer than I thought. By mid-afternoon, the forest began to thin. We could hear water somewhere ahead, a trickle, maybe a creek. Relief for a moment. But when we reached it, we froze. The stream cut through the soil in a perfect, straight line, as if carved by machinery. The water was clear, but beneath it, the bed wasn't rock. It was mirror, smooth metal, stretching both directions until it disappeared under roots. Miles knelt beside it, touching the edge. "Cold," he murmured, "like a sink." The water rippled slightly, though there was no wind. Then I realized the ripples didn't move outward. They moved in. "Miles," I whispered. "Step back." He did. Slowly. We crossed it using a fallen log, trying not to look down. I could see faint reflections of ourselves in the current, though they lagged a second behind. When I blinked, my reflection didn't. We walked until the trees swallowed the sound of running water. At dusk, the trail opened onto a ridge. From there, we could see the valley stretching below. A sea of grayish fog that shimmered like liquid metal. The opposite slope was visible for only a moment, before the haze swallowed it. I unfolded the map, tracing our route. We should have been near the park boundary. But the map ended, just blank beige paper, no contour lines, no rivers, nothing. Miles leaned over my shoulder. "Guess this is where it ends, huh?" His attempt at humor fell flat. The forest was silent again. Even the crickets had stopped. We camped on the ridge, both too uneasy to speak much. I set the radio beside my sleeping bag, just in case. The static was back, steady, rhythmic, like breathing. Around midnight, it changed. I heard my own voice. "Kenji, do you copy?" "Still following it." I sat up so fast the tent rustled. The voice repeated, warped by distance. "Still following it, day 7 now." Miles stirred beside me. "What's wrong? Listen." I hissed. He leaned closer to the radio. The voice came again. Mine, unmistakably mine. Only this time, it said something different. "There's no going back." The fire outside hissed softly, like something had walked through the ashes. I turned off the radio. We waited. Breath held. The forest held its breath too. Then crunch. Footsteps outside the tent. Slow, dragging. Miles reached for his flashlight. I grabbed his wrist. We listened. The steps circled us once, twice. Then they stopped right beside my side of the tent. A faint whisper. Just above the nylon fabric. "Still following it." The voice was mine. The flashlight flicked on, bright and panicked. The light cut through the tent wall, catching a tall, blurred silhouette. Shoulders too long, head tilted at an impossible angle. Then it moved, melting back into the dark. We didn't sleep again. By dawn, the fog had risen to meet us on the ridge. It rolled through the trees like slow smoke, cool and silent. The world beyond 30 feet was gone. Miles packed in silence, eyes darting toward the direction we'd come. I folded the map once more. It felt heavier somehow. When I opened it again, a thin black line had appeared, drawn by no hand I knew, extending beyond the blank space. And it didn't end. We started walking before the sun was fully up. The fog hung low, thick as wool, swallowing our voices. The new black line on the map had direction, north by northwest, but no labels or landmarks. Still, it felt like the only choice. Every instinct said turn back. Every sense of reason whispered keep going. Miles trudged ahead, his flashlight beam cutting a narrow path through the haze. The light bent oddly, tapering before it should have faded, as though the fog wasn't dispersing it, but swallowing it whole. "You ever think," he said after a while, "that maybe the map didn't end because no one came back to finish it?" His voice was too steady to be casual. "Maybe," I said. I wanted to tell him we'd head back by noon. But the truth was, I wasn't sure there was a way back anymore. Around mid-morning, the fog began to clear, not by lifting, but by retreating like a tide. What it left behind wasn't what I remembered. The forest had changed. The trees were thicker, closer together, their trunks blackened as if fire had swept through years ago. The soil was dark gray, speckled with pale roots that looped over each other like veins. A wind passed through, and for a moment, the branches made a sound like whispering voices. Miles stopped and turned in a slow circle. "None of this is on satellite, right?" "No," I said. "It shouldn't exist at all." We pressed on. The trail curved downward, leading into a shallow ravine. There we found another signpost, this one half, buried in soil. The same triangle was carved into the wood, but beneath it, faint letters had been burned into the surface, BUDRY. That word hit harder than I wanted to admit. Miles snapped a photo, but when he checked the screen, it was blank. Just gray static where the image should have been. He tried again. The same result. We stood there for a while, pretending to rest, pretending not to notice how quiet everything was. Not a single bird. Not even the sound of wind in the leaves. Just that dry, heavy silence that feels too aware of itself. We crossed the ravine anyway. Because curiosity, or maybe pride, is what kills rangers faster than bears or bad weather. On the other side, the ground sloped upward again. A faint smell drifted through the trees. Sweet, almost floral, but undercut with something rotten. We followed it. The slope ended at another clearing, and in the middle of it stood a cabin. It wasn't old, not the collapsed logs and moss type we sometimes find from abandoned homesteads. This one was recent. The boards were clean, the nails silver, the roof sealed tight with modern tar paper. There were no footprints leading to it, yet the front door hung slightly open. Miles looked at me. I didn't say a word. He stepped forward first. The porch creaked once. The air inside the cabin was cooler, sharper. We both turned on our lights. Inside were things that made no sense. On one wall hung dozens of laminated park maps. Each one showed a different region: Yosemite, Glacier, Denali, Zion. But every single one ended the same way. A blank space where the contour lines stopped, and a hand-drawn trail continuing past the edge. In the center of the room was a table. On it sat a radio transmitter, identical to the one I carried. A logbook lay open beside it. Miles flipped through. The handwriting was jagged, uneven but legible enough. Day 1 trail found, heading north. Day 3 no return signal. Map changed again. Day 6 Miles says he saw someone in the fog. I didn't. Day 7 still following it. There's no going back. Miles looked up at me. That's what the radio said last night. I nodded slowly. Yeah. He turned to the next page. The ink bled out, forming long smears as if someone had dragged their hand across wet words. Beneath the stains, a few letters remained STA, OUTSIDTHEMAP. The air inside the cabin felt heavy, like the air before a storm. I could hear the faint hiss of static coming from the radio on the table. It wasn't connected to anything. Then, faintly, through the hiss, Kenji. I froze. It was Miles's voice. Kenji, don't look behind you. I turned anyway. Nothing. Just the empty doorway and the fog thickening beyond it. When I looked back at the table, the radio had gone silent. Miles exhaled shakily. That wasn't me. I know. We backed out of the cabin, one step at a time. Outside, the clearing seemed narrower, the trees leaning inward as though they'd grown closer while we were inside. I folded the map again, half expecting another line to appear. None had, not yet. We walked in silence for a long while after that, trying to find the original trail. But the forest refused to repeat itself. Every turn brought us somewhere new, somewhere wrong. Around evening, we reached a stretch of ground that was bare and flat. No grass, no roots, just soil so dry it cracked in thin spiderweb lines. I knelt and touched it, warm, almost feverish. That's when we heard the laughter. Faint, distant. Children, maybe. The sound drifted through the trees, light and echoing. Miles called out, "Hello." His voice bounced back, warped and doubled, as if two versions of him had spoken at once. The laughter stopped. A moment later, something answered. Not words. Just that same phrase from the night before, whispered in perfect mimicry of my own voice. Still following it. Miles swore under his breath. I'm done. We're turning around. He spun, pointing the flashlight back the way we'd come. But there was no trail now, only a wall of fog. It wasn't rolling or shifting. It was solid, like glass filled with smoke. He took a step forward, hand outstretched. The beam of light hit the fog and refracted into nothing, vanishing entirely. When he pulled his hand back, his fingertips were damp, streaked with something dark. I reached for him. Don't touch. But he already had. He rubbed it between his fingers, sniffed it, and went pale. Blood. We backed away together. Something moved in that fog. Slow, deliberate. The outline of a person, maybe. Then another. Their shapes flickered like shadows through glass. Miles aimed his flashlight, but the light warped again, splitting into two beams that bent away from each other. For 1 second, both beams illuminated faces that weren't his or mine. They were identical to us. Every detail. Our clothes, our gear, even the mud stains on our boots. The doubles stood still, staring through the haze. Then, in unison, they raised their hands in a gesture that looked almost like a wave. Then they stepped backward, disappearing into the fog. Miles swore again, louder this time. We need to leave, now. We started running, not toward the fog, not toward the ridge, just somewhere. The forest blurred past, the trees repeating themselves like scenery on a loop. The air grew thicker, and my lungs burned. I tried to keep the map in my grip, but the paper felt slick, like it was sweating. When we finally stopped, gasping, we were standing beside the same creek of metal. Bottom water we'd crossed 2 days earlier. only now it wasn't water at all. The surface was completely still, reflecting the sky like a mirror. When I stepped closer, the reflection didn't match. I was alone in it. Miles wasn't beside me in the reflection. I turned and he was gone. No sound, no cry, no motion of branches. Just gone. I shouted his name until my throat ached. Nothing answered. I checked my GPS. Still frozen on the same coordinates, same looping numbers. I switched the radio on. Static, then, faintly, Miles Patterson, Ranger. Following it. I wanted to smash the damn thing, but I couldn't. I needed it to hear him, to find him. I set up camp by instinct, though I knew it didn't matter anymore. The trees had stopped being trees. They stood too straight, too evenly spaced, as though arranged by human hands. The stars above were wrong, scattered like someone had redrawn the sky from memory. I stared at the map again. The black line had grown. It stretched beyond the blank edge, looping in a spiral, a closed circle now, surrounding a small symbol that hadn't been there before. A triangle. Inside it, 2 dots. I don't know if they were meant to represent us. I kept the fire going all night, though it burned with a color I didn't trust. Pale and cold, like light trapped under ice. Every few hours I hear something brushing the edge of camp. Soft footsteps. Sometimes the laugh again. And once, right before dawn, I heard Miles's voice whisper right behind me, "Kenji, don't look." I didn't. When I opened my eyes to morning, the fog had cleared again. My pack was gone. So was the tent. The only thing left was the map, lying open on the ground. It had changed again. The spiral was gone. In its place, one single word, written in a hand I didn't recognize. Keep Favo Wange. By the time I realized how long I'd been walking, the sun had already changed position twice. East and west didn't matter anymore. Light came from wherever it pleased, pale and flat, casting no real shadow. My compass spun lazily in my palm, like it was tired of pretending to know direction. I didn't call for Miles again. I was afraid of who, or what, might answer this time. The map in my pocket pulsed faintly against my leg with each step, as if it were breathing. I should have thrown it away, burned it. Dundee, but keep it close. Yet each time I tried, my fingers refused to let go. I told myself I needed it to get out. Deep down, I already knew that wasn't true. Around what should have been mid-afternoon, I found another trail marker. It wasn't the triangle this time. It was a circle cut clean through the wood, like a hole punched straight through reality. When I crouched to look, there was nothing on the other side. Just a flat, gray blur. I stared too long and nearly fell forward into it. That's when I started hearing footsteps again. Soft, deliberate, keeping pace behind me. When I stopped, they stopped. I told myself it was echo on hard soil. But the ground wasn't hard. It was soft, damp, the color of dried blood. I turned once. Nothing. Turned again fast. Someone stood 10 feet away. He was me. The uniform, the boots, even the faint rip in my left sleeve. Only the face was wrong. Too still, too smooth, like a wax figure that hadn't decided on its final expression. I froze. The double tilted its head slightly, mirroring me a heartbeat late. Then, in a voice flat as static, still following it, I stumbled back. My boot struck a root and I fell hard. When I looked up, he was gone. The forest was silent again. I don't remember getting back up. I just kept moving. The trees thinned into open land, a meadow of brittle grass swaying without wind. The smell hit me first iron, and something older. In the center of the meadow, something shimmered beneath the grass. A square of metal, same strange, mirror-smooth material as the creek bed. I brushed the grass aside. Symbols were etched into it, faint but deliberate triangles, circles, spirals, repeating over and over until the pattern made my vision swim. A radio lay on top. Mine. I didn't remember dropping it. Static hissed when I picked it up, but underneath the noise was breathing. Slow, steady human. Then, faintly, Kenji. I clenched it tight. Miles. The static crackled. Found the trail. I turned in circles, trying to locate the sound. It didn't come from any direction. It came from everywhere. Follow the light. The transmission cut out. I looked up. There was light. Not sunlight. Something else. A dim column, pale and cold, shining between trees at the far end of the meadow. I should have known better. Every rule of backcountry search said never chase light you didn't bring yourself. But I followed anyway. Each step forward made the air heavier. The trees around me were identical now, perfect copies of each other. Same number of branches, same scars. Their bark gleamed faintly in the light, slick like wet stone. The column widened as I approached until it filled the clearing beyond. And there, in its center, was Miles. He stood perfectly still, facing away, light pouring over him like mist. His clothes were dry, clean, wrong. Miles. He turned slowly. His expression was calm, peaceful even. "Kenji," he said softly, "it's fine now. You just have to keep following." I stopped at the edge of the light. My skin prickled where it touched me, like a mild electrical current. "What is this place?" He smiled faintly. "The end of the map. It's not where things stop. It's where they begin." He held up something, his map. Only it wasn't paper anymore. It shimmered, fluid, the black lines pulsing faintly. "Come see," he said. I shook my head. "We need to go back." "There is no back." His voice layered strangely, like two people speaking slightly out of sync. The light behind him shifted, and for a second I saw other shapes standing there. Figures barely visible, tall and still, outlines bending with the light. He extended his hand. "Kenji, we've always been walking this way. Don't stop now." I took a step forward before realizing what I was doing. My boot touched the edge of the light. The ground beneath it wasn't solid. It rippled soft and deep, like stepping on the surface of a lake. Then, a voice, not Miles's, not mine, whispered right against my ear. "Keep following." I staggered back. The light flared white. For a heartbeat, the world inverted, the trees black silhouettes against blinding brightness. Then it all collapsed, folding in on itself like a paper map creasing shut. I woke up in the dark. Cold ground beneath me. No light, no sound. Just the distant pulse of wind moving through unseen branches. My watch said 20:17 a.m., though the sky above was too black for any moon. I turned on my flashlight. The beam caught a wall, concrete, smooth, featureless, stretching upward into dark. I was indoors. No door, no window. Only a corridor leading away. I followed it because there was nowhere else to go. My footsteps echoed softly, the sound doubling back at me a split second late. After what felt like hours, the corridor opened into a chamber. In the center stood a single object on a pedestal. A map, not mine, but identical in shape and fold. Its surface glowed faintly, and at the center was the same spiral symbol from before, now filled in completely. I reached out. The surface was cold, wet, and pulsing. The spiral moved, slowly turning inward. The ink, or whatever passed for it, began to rearrange itself. I watched helplessly as it wrote words across the center. "We'll com Biskarenjar Okabi. I stumbled away, breath catching. The walls of the chamber shimmered faintly, lines of topography blooming across them like veins on skin. They formed mountains, rivers, valleys, the park. Then a voice echoed, faint and distorted, from nowhere and everywhere at once. Trail update log at Kenji. OK recorded, continuing past boundary. It was my own field radio tone. The light pulsed again. The map unfolded itself, edges curling outward, stretching along the floor like paper skin. When I looked down, my own boots were standing over grid coordinates labeled simply J8, a square that didn't exist before. Something wet touched my ankle. I looked down. The black ink from the map was seeping outward, climbing my pant leg like oil. I tried to step back, but my feet wouldn't move. The voice came again, clearer now. Still following it. The map beneath me flexed. The chamber blurred, dissolving into trees once more. The world reset itself in an instant. I was standing on a trail. Fog drifted low through the ferns. The same triangle, marked signpost stood ahead, freshly carved, and beside it, Miles smiling faintly, holding his map. "Morning, partner," he said. "Ready to head north." I wanted to scream, but something inside me clicked instead, like a switch thrown back to its first position. The fear flattened. My thoughts straightened. "Yeah," I heard myself say. "Let's keep following it." He nodded and started walking. I followed. We passed the first cairn again. The same metallic creak. The same ridge overlooking the sea of fog. Each place exactly where it belonged, perfectly unchanged. Only this time, the map in my hand showed it all. Every tree, every bend. No blank space anymore. The air hummed softly, like the forest itself was breathing in rhythm with us. As the sun sank, we made camp at the ridge. Miles went to gather wood. I sat by the fire and unfolded the map. Its ink moved gently, almost alive, tracing our progress. I realized, slowly, what it was doing. It wasn't showing where we'd been. It was drawing us as we walked. I touched the surface. My finger left a faint print. Warm, beating faintly like a pulse. I could feel the forest beneath the paper, a vast thing turning, waiting. The radio beside me crackled. Kenji copy. The voice was familiar, frightened. It was mine. I stared into the fog rolling toward camp, thick and silver. The fire dimmed as it reached us. Miles returned, grinning like it was all normal. "Hey," he said, tossing down a bundle of sticks. "Guess we'll need these." He crouched by the fire. "Funny thing," he added, "the forest keeps giving. Never runs out." I looked closer at the bundle. The sticks were bleached pale, smooth, jointed. Not wood. Miles didn't seem to notice. He fed one into the fire. The flame hissed, turning the same color as the fog. My hands trembled. The radio crackled again. "Don't follow it." A second of static, then silence. Miles looked up at me through the wavering light. "You okay?" I stared at him, at the fire burning pale and wrong. The fog was almost at our feet now. "I think," I said slowly, "we already did." He smiled. "Good." The fog swallowed the rest. "If anyone finds this log, if it even makes it out, don't look for the missing trails. Don't search the blank spaces on your maps. They don't end because no one explored them. They end because something else began. And once you step off the edge, you don't come back. You just keep following.